Hey, what up, Kadachi? How you doing, dude? Good morning. You're a good speedrun, certainly. Yeah, early start today. I got a lot of shit I gotta do today, so I was supposed to stream. It needed to be in the morning. New build. We are doing Ironward Infernalist. I've done an Ironward build 3 patches in a row now. But I have yet to do it on an Infernalist. I've done it on Gemling, Oracle, or Shaman. Or I started on Oracle, then I swapped to Shaman. And then now I'm doing it on an Infernalist for Ignite, Ironward. With Rat Cage. Rat Cage, Ironward, instead of, I used to do Ward Loop, Ironward Loop with the Heartbound Loop ring. But now I'm doing a tanky version that can like face tank Rite of the Nameless. So you can just like stand there, eat the damage, and then cast Ironward. But also whenever you need to generate ward, that's where Pyromantic Pact comes in. The way Ironward works is when you take physical damage and you mitigate it, I believe with armor, you generate Ironward, and I'm using Rat Cage to do physical damage to myself with Pyromantic Pact. So I fill up my Pyromantic Pact, and then I get half an Ironward right now. I'm hoping to get this more optimized to where it's like, you know, 1 or 2 casts of a curse fully charges. But for bosses where I need to generate my own Ironward, because there's like nothing to hit me, or I don't want to, like I want to pre-generate it, like, you know, before the fight, I can self-damage loop myself with Heart Cage. It lets me to like pre-generate some juice whenever I need to pre-generate it, but then I've also made the character reasonably tanky so far. I mean, I'm sitting at almost 5,000 life right now at level 87. So that can only, and like that's just only going to go up with optimization, hopefully. So but the hope is that it can't AFK content because you have to trigger Ironward, but the hope is that like you can just sit in the middle of Rite of the Nameless, sit in the middle of Simulacrum. I did this build a few patches in a row now, but I've always done it with Heartbound Loop. I've always thought about doing it with Rat Cage on Infernalist, but I've never really, like, wanted to do Ignite with the build until this patch. Because there's a lot of cool Ignite techs this patch. Yeah, I've got 3 level 21 curses that like I plan on like I know there's like some setups you can use to make it like instantly full the Pyromantic Pact and stuff. So I needed to use a multi-curse setup to where like each one of them had a cooldown or something using the Lineage Helmet or something. You know, if needed, I can Giga Amp the rate we are generating. packs. And that's usually like... and it's nice to be able to like generate your own pack. Like if I could ever get it to like a single click generates my ward, that would obviously be sick, but it's really only super needed during bossing, because like if you're not trying to go a million miles an hour, you can just stand there for a second, get hit twice. Basically all the damage you take leads to being mitigated by armor in some way. It's like something like cold and lightning gets converted to fire damage, and that fire damage gets converted to physical. So no matter like, basically, and then I think chaos gets taken as physical. I forget how Infernalist works, but it's like almost most damage hits will trigger Ironward's generation. So like, if you were trying to make it like a, look at me, I just take damage and then I trigger Ironward, you definitely can like lean more into the tankiness. Which is fun. And then you leave wildfire down on the ground, so also, what's cool is I'm using the weapon swap with Scythe of Spear, obviously. So Aggravate Ignite's always just super fun builds to play. I love me Scythe of Spear builds. But yeah, we need levels right now. We're only level 87. Character, I started him yesterday. I was sick yesterday. And I was just kind of casually leveling him throughout the day. That's some crazy ignite damage. Alright, so right now I'm just like marking out citadels because I just want to get as many cities as I can. So I'm going to do some Rite of the Nameless spamming. So 1 city here, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 cities in this area right now, which is very nice. Am I stupid? Oh, it's completed. I didn't see the completion pop up. So yes, I am stupid. How much is this build so far? Really cheap. I mean, I'm using a Mage Blood, so... minus the Mage Blood, cheap. Hey, what's up, last one? Doing well, how are you, man? Let me look at my gear. I don't think any... oh, the gloves were expensive and the wand was expensive. Gloves, wand, and belt are expensive. Do you have a build anywhere? If you type exclamation point ninja, you can see my PoE ninja. I love when they instant phase like this. Oh, he still takes ignite damage on the ground? That's so funny. Alright, new citadels. Sweet. And a flow. Cool. So... mark this as a city. We have a city up here, so I think I'm gonna loop. I don't want to burn any of my city points. We're gonna loop this way, get this tower, get here. That gets us this path to this city. Loop. We'll see if we can loop up here to get over to these. Just trying to avoid taking any city nodes so I can juice these later. Okay, let's go this way. So these talk from another chatter here for a bit. Dude was wrong, which is fine, but he was... oh, I mean, yeah. Sometimes it's best just to disengage, you know. As somebody who's a master at being confidently wrong, sometimes there's just no winning with us. There's just no winning with us. One thing I want to try and do is find if there's a way to like automate pyromatic pack proccing. Do you like this? I can just generate a full Ironward before any boss. Super OP. hope I can get that damage better. This build screams Blade? No. Believe it or not, I make good builds without Blade. Where is it from? I mean, this is my build. I only play my builds. This is my Ironward build from 0.3 and 0.4, except I'm doing it on an Infernalist now. Well, you know, you don't own a build, but this is a build I have done many times. Just doing it differently. No, you fucking offended me for life. You sack of shit. How dare you double offend me by not only implying it might be Blades, but it came from somewhere else. My goodness. My goodness, this last one, guy. And the builds I do with Blade, he helps me optimize them, but you know, I'm the one piloting the character and putting in a large amount of my divines into it and stuff, you know. With Rabbit's build, that was just straight up Rabbit showcasing Blade's build 1-for-1, but with the builds I've done with Blade, specifically, they've always been, like, collaborations of optimization and whatnot. Which I always thought it was weird that Rabbit showcased Blade's build on his channel by playing it, instead of Blade making the showcase on his channel. I don't know why Blade just doesn't make his own videos at this point. Which is Blade's build. Blade did... Rabbit showcased... it was on the podcast last patch. It was like a Mana Flare Shaman build that like was infinitely looping Mana Flare with Ladonia's Ego. It was like the second or third build Rabbit made last league, but that was just like Blade's build, you know, like Blade showed him like the whole setup, and then Rabbit was like, "Oh, this is cool. No one's playing this, and you're not making a video about it, so I will." It was like some infinite... It was using the Adonia's Ego tech, which I've used twice now. But it was like... I don't remember the exact engine, but it was using Mana Flare. It was like... It was cheese shit. And I know it was from Rage of Religion. Yeah, that's... Technically, that's Blade's build. Like, if you were, like, give ownership of a build to somebody, that is his build. Like, Rabbit... As far as I know, I need to, like, go ask Rabbit. That build was, like, copied, like, 1-for-1 from Blade's setup. Maybe, like, Rabbit slightly optimized it into, like, Rabbit's playstyle, but that was just, like, you know, Yeah, that was just straight up Blades build. That Mana Flare build. But no, Ironward got released in 0.3, and I played it on a Gemling. And it was fucking terrible. It was, like, actually awful. It was, like, unplayably bad. Maybe it was 0.2. I don't remember when Ironward got added to the game. I think it was 0.3, and whenever it got added, it was pathetically bad. And then in 0.4 they buffed it. It was my League starter last patch. I League started Ironward on an Oracle, and then I swapped to a Shaman. And then now I'm doing it on an Infernalist with Ignite. I'm doing a Fire Dot version. Because when I did the last version, I remember thinking, if I were to push this further, I would do an Avatar of Fire swap. So when I was setting up this character, I was like, well, let's do Ignite this time. And at first I was thinking Chronomancer. Then I was thinking Gemling. Then I was thinking Lich. Then I went back to Gemling. Then I was like, you know what, if I'm going to do Infernalist, let's just ignore Avatar of Fire, because there's like no getting around needing Avatar of Fire on the other setups if you're playing Ignite. To play it, like, reasonably well. But Infernalist just needs Bringer of Flame. And then they're playing Ignite. And then you can just focus on scaling Ignite magnitude and your defenses. And this would, like, allow you to be ultra tanky. Gemling I don't think would get as tanky. Chronomancer could probably get as tanky, if not tankier. But they would have less damage because they'd be taking Avatar of Fire. I also think there is a potential that I go crit with a good enough Mage Blood. And if I do go crit, Grinning Immolation's 50% more critical damage bonus. Which is crazy. So if the world I do go crit, I would just lose 6% maximum life. And then I would just gain Grinning Immolation. And then, of course, when you're playing this setup on all of the other Ascendancies, you have to find a way to generate ward outside of taking damage for specific encounters and whatnot. All other Ascendancies need to use ward loop in some way. Just whether it's on your body armor via the new body armor, or whether it's on your rings. That requires you to invest into some minions dying, which isn't too hard, but it requires some investment. Infernalist gets Pyromanic Pack, which generates all of my ward by just taking damage from casting spells. As you can see here, a couple cycles of curses at this level, and I'm at 100% ward. We're hoping to get that cleaner, so it's like one single cast or two single casts and it fills up, but that's an optimization thing for later. But Infernalist just has a lot of techs for the build that I've never done before. Like I said, I've always done Ward Loop. This is using Rat Cage to generate our ward. It's got the potential to go crit. It's got the Ignite baked into it. I still haven't done an Ignite Ironward. I've done Bleed Ironward. I've done Poison Ironward. I've never done Ignite Ironward. And then just the Infernalist Ascendancy in general is tanky. This isn't supposed to be just a purely, like, self-damage build. It is supposed to also be, like, a tank build, where I can just stand in a Simulacrum, and I'm just spamming Ironward, never having to cast. So, it being in a tanky Ascendancy, where, yeah, it benefits the playstyle. You can also go low life. I don't know if you would go low life with this build, at least the way I'm playing it. Because, like, I don't want it to be purely self-damage. You need to be able to, like, stand there and take hits. And, you know, being at 5,000 plus life is really nice. Is really good. So, and yeah, so I can get the character tankier. Right now, I've got most of the damage stuff I want. Like, there's some ignite stuff up here I might play with. But I think from here, I'm like, if I swap crit, the tree will look very differently. But from here, I got most of the stuff I want. I'm very tanky in terms of armor as well. I got 20,000 armor because of Mage Blood. So a lot of my elemental damage I take is applied to armor, which is really helpful. Because that's how you generate Ironward, is by mitigating damage you take with armor. But yeah, I got this next jewel slot over here. Getting more jewel slots. Like, if eventually I go crit, I can drop all the Grand Spectrum rubies, and I'll get like 5 crit rubies, or maybe get a voices and get like a lot of crit emerald or sapphires. But from here, I think I want to build in the tankiness. Like, my damage is okay. I just need levels. When I get plus more 2 gem levels from Ironward, that's going to help my damage a lot. But from here, I kind of want to get tankier. So, like, I can get Core of the Guardian, which will increase my block chance to get me closer to 50% block chance. And I can also get Fortified Aegis, which will give me a lot more armor, making me convert more of the elemental damage I take to armor, which gets converted to the fire to physical, which generates Ironward. So Stormweaver can go Chill, Shock, Ironward in theory. I mean, any Ascendancy could do that in theory too. There's lots of ways to get, like, shock generation and chill generation for Ironward. I don't think I would do this on a Stormweaver. I don't think so. Because you really need, like, the ailment damage to help clear with this build. Unless you're on Gemling. If you're doing Gemling, then maybe it's one single hit's good enough to do like 10 million plus damage to one-shot all content. But for this build, especially with how Wildfire works and stuff, Wildfire's super overpowered. The problem is I do need more attributes. I'm attribute starved. Part of me wants to get Legacy of Greymake for the 50 all-out tree. Because right now I got like points invested into Ingenuity, and like I'm really struggling to get the all-out tree cap for Curses and Ironward. So having to solve at-trees right now has been a pain. Part of me wants to path over here for Core of the Guardian. But if I do that, I can't put on any of these when I hit level 90, which I already can't. I'm 1 inch short, and a lot of strength short, and I've only got 2 points of levels that would give me more at-tree. So I'll need to get attributes from someplace. I can't get rid of any decks. Part of me wants to run Legacy of Greymake, just because it'll let me remove all of the decks and it nodes on my tree, convert them all to strength, which will just get my life even higher. And then I won't have to worry about these extra passive nodes that I'm pathing to. I wouldn't have to have, like, I'd free up those 2 points. Polymathy? Nah, I don't think so. Because my stats are so low. Polymathy is only worth it if you've got hundreds of stats. Like, I'd be pathing over here to, like, increase these by, like, 5, 6. That's, like, a waste of an anoint, in my opinion. I think Legacy of Greymake is the play, or just get, like, you know, Socketables. Because I don't know what other Legacy I'd use. Headhunter is also good for solving attributes, but then I have to solve armor and my resistances. And armor is very big for, like, armor is, like, you can't, I don't think you can give up, I don't think you give up Mage Blood, because the way Ironward work is, it builds its power based off physical damage that is prevented by your armor. Or other sources of damage reduction like this stuff, so, like, I don't, Headhunter could work, it would just be, you would definitely be ditching this helmet, potentially. And you'd probably be ditching some rings. Get some evasion on rings so you can get more out of iron reflexes. I think, like, because, like, I'm on a budget and I'm, like, just, like, leveling, I think the play would be... I mean, I don't want to give up these perfect body runes because they were expensive, but I would say, like, the easiest solution would just be to put, like, 2 Ache runes into the helmet for now. Until I can get Legacy of Greymake. How much Divines do I have? Maybe I just buy Legacy of Greymake now. The problem is I don't know if I want to put it in this helmet. This is a decent helmet. It's got 17% reduced additional physical damage reduction. You know what? I'm just going to get Legacy of Greymake. Can I afford it? Ooh, I can't. Alright, I need more Divines. How much are Outer's legacies right now? $300 Divine still. Jesus, they're so expensive. It really sucks when they add a brand new feature to the game where it's like, oh, look at these unique extraction stuff, and then like 99% of players... I have got to interact with it on my build, so I'm not complaining for me, but the casuals out there, 99% of them, they are not interacting with that system. Alright, I'm just going to path for defenses now. I will hopefully be able to afford Legacy of Greymake by the time I'm 90. I wanted to do some Ironward with Gemling as it can. Hey, what's up, Uncle Jay? I was going to give... Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just talking about earlier. I've done Ironward on Gemling in 0.3. I was thinking about doing it here, but every time I've done Ironward, I've done Ward Loop. And then just Rat Cage Pyro Manic Pack just made so much sense, so... That's why we did that. Wouldn't a split personality on Warrior Study Port or the Shaman save some points? I mean, no, because I want Taut Flesh, I want Loose Flesh, I want these exposure nodes. No points get saved. As long as there's something in the starting area that I want. No, so there's no reason to use the split personality. No points get saved. You also have to give up a jewel slot for that. And hard pass. From my understanding, especially from the people in the Thorns Discord that tried with it, I don't remember how, but Righteous Fire Roa is essentially dead as fuck. Like, it just does not, like, it's awful. I don't remember what exactly about it got nerfed in one of the patch notes, but they did, like, multiple target nerfs to RF Roa that, again, I haven't played it. That doesn't mean there's not something there that can save the tech or save the build, but when I looked into it, like a couple weeks ago, or towards the start of the league, I don't remember, it was very clearly dead. And then I remember like 2 weeks into the league, I asked the Thorns Discord if anyone had sniffed it out, and I don't remember them saying anything good about it. But we have an actual channel in the Thorns Discord, Jay. You can go look in there to see what the people said about the RF Roa if you're gonna dive into the build. Because maybe, like, based off of what you see them say, you might have a solution that you can carve your way to. But yeah, I would have played, like, I don't remember what it was that got nerfed about it. I know they nerfed the crit, you can no longer use the crit exploit. Infernal Legion also just got, like, significantly nerfed in many ways, but... But yeah, I was very heavily considering playing one a few times this league, and every time I brought it up or looked into it, it did not look very appealing. Oh yeah, I mean, Infernalists can get thick. But I'm using Zoth's Blood, which is 24% increased maximum life. It also reduces fire resistance, so like because I'm like Giga life stacking, like this was just a no-brainer. And then I'm using a Grip of Colombic with 12% increased maximum life, Magnitude of Ignite, Abyssal Racing applies minus 13 fire resistance, and then it heals. And then I've got perfect body runes wherever I can. I got max life on all pieces. I wish these gloves were armor, but I don't really care too badly because they are like perfect for the build. 60% increased socket effect. Cold res, lightning res, which I needed. I was Giga fire. I'm Giga on fire res, but I didn't need any cold or fire. I needed cold and lightning bad. And then it's also got because of the decay rune. It's got damaging ailments deal damage 20% faster, and then it's got 48% increase in ignite magnitude on it. So these gloves are fucking giga. And then we're using the wand, you know. 180% of damage is extra fire, you know. Scythe of Spear on weapon swap for aggravate ignite. It's fun. I don't know if it'll be, like, overpowered in that sense, but it's fun. Yeah, it didn't look good. And then you take into account that you can't do the crit cheese anymore. They fixed the crit bug. It was just like... It didn't look like the damage was there or something. Which is unfortunate. Your PS5 can't handle it? Yeah. So the unfortunate problem with this game is that some builds require certain specs. And, yeah, before I upgraded my PC, I was crashing all the time. I haven't actually seen where I'm at on Temple Juice. It's a new character, so I don't think he's at 60 yet. Too many projectiles? That's funny. Yeah, that'll happen. Especially with Mjolnir builds. Mjolnir builds, especially if, like, Spark and Arc, they get cray-cray. Alright, we're at 48. So we're not ready for Temple yet. Almost, though. Alright, what does this tower reveal? Another citadel up here. So we got more citadels to path out. Let's path out this citadel. Let's get this tower, because this tower will reveal more stuff. And then let's path out the Rakiatas. So we've got this citadel farmable now, or city farmable now. So we've got a decent amount of cities stocked up. Let me show you guys a simulacrum. Let's see how much a simu goes. So I still have a simu up. I just hate the Atlas so much. Alright, let's see how well we do in a tier 15 Simu Delusion. How's your Ironward clearing so far? Or that's just what Ironward does. Ironward has big AoE baseline. Even at low levels, Ironward is flick. You're super flick. I mean, considering the fact that I'm only level 88, this is day what, like, technically day 2 of the build, but day 1 of streaming it.
He was strung up by cultists the moment he started building.
I'm not, like, max defenses yet, either. I'm probably missing like 500 life. I'm missing a lot of block chance and armor still, too.
Because of your lies, he believed he could protect them. He couldn't even protect himself.
I mean, this is pretty good. I'm like level 48, I'm level 88. I'm not even close to optimized, boys. Alright. We take this.
Put his trust in you. His power wanes and he shrivels to him.
Oh, wow. I can't believe how good this build is already. Are you using Scavenge Plating? No. If you type exclamation point ninja, you can see all of what I'm using. The classic GG freeze? Yeah. So annoying. Wouldn't be this patch without the freeze. Oh, they can handle Simu already. That's cool. I've seen a few good shield Mjolnir builds. Look at CCS. CCS makes a lot of shield and Mjolnir builds. I believe it's CCS. CCS has a really good, Mjolnir resonating shield build. I believe it was last patch, and the patch before he's done one. That's very good. Yeah, that was Simulacrum. I mean, it handled that pretty easily with, like, again, I wouldn't say this is no investment, because I've got 3 expensive pieces here, but this is not what I would call optimized, because I've only been playing it for like a day. So I either accidentally farted onto an optimized setup, or we're about to get like 1,000 more life and, you know, get more damage and whatnot. I remember that last patch you highlighted on the pod. Yeah, pretty sure it was Miso's pick. No, wait, I did. I highlighted it 2 weeks after Miso highlighted it. It's the build that I highlighted right after Miso or whatever. We showcased it twice. Or Rabbit's showcase. Yeah, we did showcase on the pod. All right. Well, I can do that kind of content. I just need to get Pyromanic Pack to stop sucking. Okay, so I mean, I'm pretty good on cities now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in line of sight. There's a lot of Rite of the Nameless, and the reason why Rite of the Nameless is important right now is... I'll show you the price of omens. Whittlings are almost 10 divine. Sometimes they're at 11 divine. Textural nobles are almost 13 divines. It's crazy. Yeah, crafting with omens is like, you're almost better off self-farming them because it's so crazy. Let's go... Okay. Oh, this city sucks. This city's gonna be really hard to get A from the angle that was right there. I would need to start from like... Oh, maybe this works. Yeah, that works. Alright, let's see if this build can, like... I really want this build to just be able to sit and Ride of the Nameless and just face tank everything. I don't know if it's that tanky yet. I've only got 20,000 armor. I need a lot more armor, but it might be. 5,000 life's a fuckload, so... Alright, let's get rid of these. Okay, I need... Okay. Hey, what's up, Sour? Alright, this is my first Ride of the Nameless on the character. Let's see how this goes. Do y'all see that? Why was the tornado wearing a condom? Did y'all see that? The tornado had like this weird condom effect on it. That was weird. Let's see if that happens again in this one. Yeah, look! What's happening to the tornado? It's getting like some weird... Look at that! Look at that! I've never seen that before. That's a weird texture bug. Alright, boost time. Look! The tornado has a condom on it. That's like what it looks like. It's weird as fuck. That's the weirdest texture animation bug I've seen in this game. It looks gross. I mean, the fact, look at this. I'm AFKing the boss, too. Oh, I had these boogers here. I'm super tanky, wow. There's more boogers. I hate these little burrowed idiots. Just die. Another whittling! Let's hope that's today, Minosuke. Let's hope that's today. I hope I annoy you extra bad. How's it going, Minosuke? I love the blue fire. Yeah, I think it's from Scurrying Flame. I'm not sure though. I'm pretty sure it's Scurrying Flame that's doing it. Which, by the way, is very cool in this build. Scurrying Flame supported skills gain 25% of life and mana cost with extra runic ward cost. 50% more magnitude of ignite with inflicted with supported skills. Pure benefit, no downside. Ironward costs 0 life and 0 mana, so it has 0 ward cost to it. This is literally just 50% more ignite magnitude. Pretty crazy. Oh yeah, it's huge. It's fucking crazy. No downside at all. Doesn't consume ward ever because it has no life cost. It's just 50% more ignite magnitude. Taking a bit of break from PoE 2. I'm not quite there yet. I am grossly addicted to this game, so I play it all the time. I'm sure at some point I'm going to run out of fun new builds to play, and I will take a break. I do have an itch to go play solo Self-Found, so at some point I will do a solo Self-Found run. But I've also been getting an itch to go play Hardcore WoW again. So there might be a period of time where like I just go back to playing like WoW on stream and just like level a hardcore WoW character. Because I have been getting an itch to play hardcore WoW. It's been over a year since I've played WoW. And I'm kind of getting an itch to play hardcore WoW specifically. So whenever I'm ready for my PoE 2 break, I don't know what's happening first, the solo self-founder journey or the hardcore WoW journey, but at some point between now and the league reset that's coming, or not the league reset, but the mini league we get, I will be taking a break from PoE 2 for sure. I'm gonna go play hardcore WoW. My friends hopefully will be doing a Rust adventure soon. I don't ever stream Rust though. The game's a toxic game to stream because of snipers and stuff. I've never tried streaming it, but I just know people don't like streaming that game generally because of snipers. I hate these burrowed idiots. Alright. Let's see here. I don't have Exile Exchange on. Get Exile Exchange on. But yeah. Oh no, I'm still as long as there's new builds to play. I am not going to ever. I've decided that I am going to take a break whenever I run out of builds that I want to play that are on probably new ascendancies. So far, every character I've played has been on a new ascendancy. If there's ever like a point where it's like, let's do another Gemling quality stacker, I'm probably gonna take a break then. Because if I'm at that point where it's just like, let's just take my level 96 and put a new build on top of it, like, that's just too much. I like leveling. These are worth 100 exalts. I don't care about exalts. Fuck it. Let's just get purples. How's it going, Baba Boom? Shout out to Germany. Hope you're doing well. Ready to see, though, the challenge cosmetics for the PoE 1 League? I could end up playing the PoE 1 League. I would say the odds are very... How come none of my tablets got consumed on that map? They got consumed on this one. Oh, it's that one prop from the Atlas tree. Right. I don't particularly want to play the PoE 1 League. Like I said, I'm on my 9th build right now. Who knows if there's more builds coming. This could be the last. This could be the next one. But I still want to do a solo self-found run. And I don't consider myself an ARPG degenerate. Nor have I ever been, like, the biggest, you know, PoE 1 grinder, so... Like, I don't know. I like taking breaks from this genre. I don't want to burn myself out. Part of the reason why I can, like, go as hard as I do at the league starts, where I'm, like, on my 9th build, is because I don't play this, you know, game when I don't want to. And if I start, like, forcing myself to, like, I'm going to grind all the ARPGs, or I'm going to rotate between PoE 1 and PoE 2, I could see myself getting burned out. Especially if we're going to be getting these PoE 2 mini-leagues, and I know I'm going to want to play in all of them. If I'm playing PoE 1 and PoE 2, that's basically going to be the only games I play. I don't think I want that. So it's just like, at some point, I will never play a PoE 1 League. Now, I wouldn't say never, but there is a build I want to play in this next PoE 1 League for what it's worth. Like, if I do play, I have a build I want to play. It's just more of a managing burnout for me. Plus, there's just, like, other games I enjoy playing. Like, I still haven't played Spider-Man 2. There's something that can be build-defining? I mean, there's lots of ways where you can, like, enable freeze, so... Build-defining? No. There's, like, a million ways to enable freeze. Build-enabling? Sure. I'm sure there's a build that can be enabled by that, but... you know. Freeze is already an archetype that's pretty, diverse. So, I'm sure there is one very specific build out there that is enabled by those gloves. But, you know, in general, freeze and chill is an archetype that there's lots of ways to enable it. Lots and lots of ways. Whether that's through Stormweaver, whether that's through Porkloin Ring, whether that's through all of the conversion stuff. Again, not saying there isn't something. I hate GGG, please, for the love of anything, remove burrow enemies from Ritual. Or just have them auto-unburrow. Like, it is stupid having to find them in every ritual you do. If those burrowed enemies get copied by the ritual, just have them transform into something that doesn't burrow or remove their burrow effect. Don't let them spawn in burrowed. Pointing this way. Oh, I hit level 89. I think I was pathing towards block stuff, yeah. So this gets my block to like 40-something, making me tankier that way for it passively. And then up here, it gives me a lot more armor. It's 100% increased armor from my shield, and I got like 1,200 armor, so... That'll help with the Pyromanic Pack stuff, I believe. I mean, it's pretty close to a full AFK build. I am absurdly tanky. You do have to recast Ironward every time it fills up, but it's just kind of like... This is cool. Ugh, I hate having to find the burrowed idiots. Which way are you pointing? You're pointing up. Okay. Also, as somebody who life stacked on every single build he played last patch, it's nice playing life stackers again. I do gotta say, it is nice seeing 5,000 life again. I missed my red boys. My life stackers are fun. Currently at 7.5, I've never tried before. Nice. I think the highest I've gotten is like 11k. Are you playing Bursting Decay, Kadachi? Or are you just playing a life stacker? Oh, just normal. Damn, I can tank her entire spell cycle. Damn. I love how tanky this is. There's an annulment. 12 divine right there. All right. It's very hard to hit 10k with combs. I'm starting to notice. Yeah, 10k plus is really hard to hit. Are you? I assume you're using Veil of the Night too, or no? 10k is super hard to hit. I did it at Temple League. I hit 11k Temple League with like a fucking dumbass budget. So. Or was it 10k? I don't remember what I hit. Might not have been 11k. It might have been like low 10ks. I know I hit 5 digits, and I was excited about that. I mean, this build's awesome. I just need to get tankier. Like, this is 90, 91, 92, 93. So 93, I have all of this. I get a lot more life if I get Legacy of Greymake. Legacy of Greymake fixes some stuff. I just need Divines for that. Is that Amanamu? Yeah, it's Amanamu. I use Amanamu in, like, 90% of my builds. I use Sacrifice of Flesh. If I have life as a defensive layer, I almost always work in Sacrifice of Flesh. Just, I'm a defensive slut, so I always like going for defenses. I don't like dying. And when I'm a life stacker, so obviously these two pair so well together, but any recoup, any recovery rate, any, like, this is insane. Everyone uses Amanamu in 90% of their builds, though? I don't think so. This doesn't impact life stacking builds. Or excuse me, energy shield stacking builds. This doesn't help mana stacking builds. This doesn't help ward stacking builds. Like, a lot of people don't have experience life stacking. So no, twice. Not 90% of people. We're in a map. Let's go. Also, good morning, Twice. I mean, I don't know if, like, people are more prone to life stacking in this patch. Maybe the meta has shifted to more life stacking. I actually don't know. I have not played a single energy shield build this patch, but that is how I play every patch, so... I don't know if I played a single energy shield last patch. Did I play an energy shield build this patch? I don't think so. I've done only life stacking builds this patch. I don't think I've done a mana stacking build. I've done ward stackers. I mean, I've done some, like, pseudo-life mana builds. That's what most of my builds end up being right now, is, like, mana as a defensive layer, life as a defensive layer, but both are, like, you know, 2k, 2k. And then, I use ward a lot now, too. I think people underestimate how good ward is. But I don't know, I'm stupid. I forced life stacking into, like, all my builds. I don't know what the meta is. Are most builds still running CI, or is CI still, or CI out of the meta? I don't think I've run a single Chaos Inoculation build this patch. Feels like Chaos Res is super easy to solve. But I also just never play ES builds, so... I love burrowed idiots. Yeah, I mean, Gemwing is really good because of its damage is tanky. How can I get more life stack? I mean, you get more life on your gear, you get more life with your jewels. Get percent maximum life, I mean... Your life stack harder. I don't know what items your character's using, so... Shut up, Twice. When I was reading your message, I was like, what are you talking about? I do have a nice amount of energy shield. You're right. You're right. I was genuinely confused for a second. I was like, what do you mean? How am I lying? You're right. I'm mistaken. I do have a very important amount of energy shield on this build. I love burrowed idiots. That's not good. A essence freaking boss spawning on me. Didn't one-shot me. Almost did, but didn't. That shit was pointing me south. Is there like one right there? God damn it. Let's go finish the map. And then we'll get that last ritual later.
Darkness descends, and with it your end.
Oh. I was like, why is my wildfire not working? I hate when that happens. Frickin' Chaos Shrine. I want my wildfire cooking everything. Do you need a shield for Ironward? No. Helps though. Says you know you have to take damage. And the way physical damage reduction works with the build. Go, my wildfire! Oh, bosses are spawning. Is it just an infinite looping ignite because corpses keep spawning that are respawning the ignite? So as long as that one ignite happens, and there's a new person that gets killed by it, it'll just infinitely loop? Yes? Jesus. That's so overpowered. I didn't know it worked that way. I didn't realize it was like truly infinite as long as there were more corpses for the engine. Obviously it's not surely infinite, but it requires corpses for the engine, but... That's really nice. This build's like really cool. You'll be able to AFK simulacrums and right of the... Not AFK, but you know, they're very idle. This is more idle than my Wind Dancer in my opinion. Because Wind Dancer was having to spam is having to spam Hammer of the Gods for single target. This doesn't have to spam anything for single target. Once you get that first Ironward down, as long as there's enemies looping the Ignite, and it was a big enough Ironward hit, so... Huh. Huh, huh, huh. That makes going crit even more viable. So that I just cast that one Iron Ward, and I can surely just sit here. And as long as new enemies are spawning, this one Ignite will just chain and chain and chain. I mean, that's really good. Obviously, you want to recast it when it's full because the burst like will re-put fire down on the edges, but that is very powerful. If I can get crit to work in this setup, this build will be insane. So why are you pointing me? Hey, what's up, Whatever Media? How you doing, bro? Good morning. Just blasting same. I am on to my 9th build of the league. We are doing a self-damaging Ironward Infernalist, Ignite Infernalist, and it is very fun so far. We're already able to kind of AFK Simulacrums, so sitting at 5,000 life is super fun. What are you playing? Want to see the Spark Totem staff I crafted in SSF? Sure, you can DM me it. Cow Ward Queen's my character name. I am not someone who I play Trade League, but like I'm not a crafter, nor do I know the market. I'm memed on for overpaying for everything, so I won't be able to price it for you. I don't know staffs either, so I might not know how awesome it is. I'm not much of a crafter, but I'll look at it. I like seeing Giga items. Okay. Cal Ward Queen. Yep, Cal Ward Queen. Make sure I have whispers on, I do. The infinite looping ignite is so fun. Like this, and like I wanted this to be like a pseudo idol, Rite of the Nameless build, but I figured I'd have to be recasting Ironward consistently. I didn't realize I've just never used. Was it Wildfire? I've never used Wildfire before. I didn't realize it was like infinite ignite. As long as there was, like, corpses. I think you're D&D. I don't think so. I don't even know how to turn on D&D. Where are you on my friend list? Eat. I don't know. I've never changed any settings. People usually whisper me. I have no clue on that one. There we go. Rupturing War. Rapture Spire. Rupture. Roaring Staff. Sheesh. Alright, did you care about the base? Like, are you using the Unleash in your build at all? Or is it just the rest that you like? This is sick. For solo self-out, I imagine this is fucking nuts. And you're gonna use this on like every lightning caster going forward. That's crazy. Congrats, dude. Yeah, I'm getting in solo self-found itch. It's coming soon. I'm gonna be playing solo self-found soon. I'm indifferent about the base. Gotcha. I'm gonna be playing a lot of solo self-found at some point. Before the reset. Just don't know when. I'm waiting until I'm out of like the fun, weird new builds I want to play. And then it's like, okay, let's go play solo self-found. But as long as like some new inspiration pops up, you know, I'll keep grinding. But I really want to start playing solo self-found and building out my stash. I broke the game again, guys. GGG, please fix this bug. Please. I just want to play the game. That is like, I'm sure that bug is happening, like that freeze, right? From a technical standpoint, what that freeze does, when that freeze happens, that freeze is happening because if it didn't happen, your game would have crashed. So that freeze happening means that like it's a good thing because it means the whatever they have to prevent crashes is working. But now they just need to fix that to where it's not happening. So, last patch, that would have shut off my game. And that would have been way more annoying. So, it's a step in the right direction, but man, those are annoying. Those freaking freezes are annoying as fuck. I get why they happen. They're essentially the graphics card's exploding and trying to shut off, and the game's like, no, we're not letting you shut the game off. And depending on your computer, if your computer can't handle that, it'll shut off. Or the game will hang up and wait for everything to reset. God, I'm so fucking tanky. Oh, I hate the burrow idiots. Reveal yourselves. Alright. You on NVIDIA night? Yeah. I could fix it on my end. What did you do to fix it? I've tried a million things. No, my queen. Hey, someone's got to be into that, you know? Where are all my whittlings? Ooh. We'll take those. Alright, we're, 9 Divine. Not bad. Play on Vulcan after? I hated playing on Vulcan. Every time I've played Vulcan, it's just a miserable experience. It's just like every time I load my computer and started my stream, it, like, every single load screen took 3 hours until halfway through the stream. Like, Vulcan was never good for me. And I've tried it, like, a million times. Hey, what's up, Skadooch? I just hated the load screens on Vulcan. Okay. Yeah, I'll try that out, Dom. 5k HP is nuts. It's gonna get higher, hopefully. Hopefully we're pushing like 5.5k when we're all said and done. I'm gonna do a little quick of build overview since there's a lot of new people and I haven't talked about since the start of the stream. So I'm playing an Ironward build. Ironward is a spirit gem, and the way it works is when you mitigate physical damage via armor or other sources of damage reduction, so something like physical damage reduction on Hollow Mask, physical damage reduction on shields, you build up this juice for Ironward. Then you can unleash this energy. It's like essentially you're taking blows, you're building up kinetic energy, and then you can unleash this energy for a big blast. That's how the build works, or that's how the skill works. That's the core of our build. That's what we're doing all our damage with. There are many ways you can automate the damage taken for this build. I've done multiple versions where you're using Ward Loop and minion damage, self-minion damage to trigger Ironward. For this version, I am doing it on a Infernalist. Infernalist has Pyromanic Pack, where whenever you fill up your Pyromanic Pack mana bar, you take the damage. So I spam curses here, and as you can see here, it is filling up my Ironward. That's because Pyromanic Pack does fire damage to you, and I am using Rat Cage, which converts 100% of the fire damage I take to physical damage. And then that physical damage gets absorbed by armor, gets absorbed by physical damage reduction, and that is what generates the Ironward. So that is the core engine of this build, is we are playing an Ironward build, and we have a way where we can self-generate it for bosses that, like, we don't want to be taking damage from or aren't doing much physical damage. You know, there's always enemies that, like, won't really fill up Ironward that well. So you need a way to generate it yourself. So for the situations where I need to generate it myself, that is what for the spamming curses and Infernal Pact is. The other thing about Infernalists is, A, they're just very tanky. This is a style that, like, you can also just generate the Ironward by taking damage. So, like, that's why you see me standing there in Simulacrum or Rituals. I'm just standing there taking the damage and building up Ironward on its own. And in my previous Ironward builds, in 0.2 or 3, I did it as Poison, and then 0.3 I did it as Poison, and 0.4 I did it as Bleed. I've never done Ignite with this build. Does blocking count as mitigation? Yes. I've never done Ignite, and I thought about doing this on a Gemling because of the +2 gem levels. Ironward scales absurdly well with gem levels, but it's not an attack, it's not a spell, it's nothing like that. There's not melee, there's no way you can get it a high gem level outside of something like Gemling and stuff. So gem level is a good way to scale it, but every time I do it, I just don't like doing Avatar of Fire builds. So we're doing Bringer of Flame on a on an Infernalist to get its Ignite. And yeah, it's just a different variation of the Ironward build, but using Rat Cage instead of minions to take self-damage, and it's been fun. It's been fun. I discovered why Fork is better. There is a bug to snapshot the Adonia buff to it. I mean, that's not what that guy was saying. Like, that guy in the comments that was saying it was better was not calling it better because he was abusing that specific bug. He was presenting bad math that wasn't considering, like, all of the Adonia stuff, so that, like, you know. But, and yeah, that also sounds like something that I don't want to play. But, yeah, that's not what he was calling it better for, you know. But that does make it really good. Maybe we do some stupid shit with it, like, at the end of the league, when we want to do, like, a 15-mirror build again. We keep that in mind. But for my specific, that build we just did with the, whatever, I can't even remember. I got so much build brain soup. The Remnant Bomber or whatever. I'm not gonna, I wouldn't have done that, you know. Yeah, I wouldn't like to use it something, exactly. And that guy definitely wasn't taking into account, because, like, his math was just wrong, and he wasn't taking into account heightened charges, so, and if he was taking into account that bug, he, for whatever reason, did not mention it. So, yeah. Also, what's up, Blade? Good morning. Does Pyromantic Pack fire damage count as a hit? That would work nicely for a cast on Charm. I have no idea how it works. Every time I've played Infernalist, I don't think I've played Pyromantic Pact or Bringer of Flame. I almost always, if I play Infernalist, I'm almost always doing Demon Mommy shenanigans. Infinite Ignite is crazy. I never realized it was just, like, infinite looping like this. As long as there's corpses. I hate the burrowed idiots. The burrowed idiots are the bane of my existence this patch. Blade, how much have you... I mean, I don't know if you've actually... you actually probably have never done a build like this, so I don't know if you'd be able to help. I'm doing a weird tech with Pyromanic Pack, Rat Cage, Ironward, and the optimization of it is unfortunate. If I make myself too tanky, I don't generate enough juice. But if I'm not tanky enough... But I don't need to make anything, I'm just trying to get Pyromanic Pact optimized to where 1 or 2 casts of a curse fully fill up Ironward, but that's not something you would be able to help with without having played this build and messed with the specific breakpoints and itemization numbers. Take Eldritch Battery with Flesh Crucible, makes you boom faster so you gather faster. Oh, huh. I was like, how did Eldritch Battery do that? Mana costs are doubled, duh. I mean, that would definitely help, for sure. And if I combine that with a level 21 gem, yeah, I could do that with this jewel slot, which I'm eventually going to get. Part of me was like wanting to be open to a crit swap, but I don't think that would happen without giving up so much. I like that idea. That would help a lot. I mean, it wouldn't be with this tree. This is not the crit tree, obviously. This is the non-ignite crit tree. Crit tree would be over here. Well, yeah, I wouldn't need any of this ignite stuff if I'm critting for 500 to 800% bonus, you know. I wouldn't be anywhere over here. This is just because I'm over here now because I'm not playing crit. But if I'm critting for, you know, whatever I'm critting for, you don't need any of this shit. Because critting and immolation is stupid, right? And I would only lose 6% increased maximum life from this current Ascendancy setup if I swap crit. But I don't know if I'm going to swap crit. It would require a different Mage Blood. It would require more gear. And the single target's not great for this build, but this build's solving its purpose, which is Rite of the Nameless farming. I really wanted just a good Rite of the Nameless build. Oh, that's a Divinity Shrine. No fucking way. I can't get in range of it? Okay, there we go. Oh, the Divinity Shrine's preventing me from building Ironward. That's so funny. But like this is what I wanted the build to do. So it can kind of just AFK Rite of the Nameless right now after you cast one Ironward. Like this is more than I wanted it to do because I assumed I would have to be recasting Ironward multiple times throughout the Rite of the Nameless. It's performing better than I wanted it to. That's with only a 5-socket fork, too. I haven't messed with any of the supports of the passives. Like, this is just so early on. I'm super new to Ignite builds. I'm using a Grip of Kolomek right now with percent increased maximum life, Ignite Magnitude, Abyssal Wasting, lowers Fire Res, and then Recover Life. I've got Giga Gloves for ailment stuff. My Mage Blood is armor stuff for the build, and then movement speed, resistances. Zoph's Pyre is minus Fire Res, plus maximum life. and then Hollow Mask. I originally, so first of all, this ends up just being good for the build because it, like, the additional physical damage reduction just pairs perfectly with Ironward. But what I originally set out with on the helmet for was I wanted to see if I put Remnant Explosions. I was trying to see if there's like a way I could make Remnant Explosions automatically generate Infernal Flame, but it didn't work. But the helmet still ends up being really good because it gives me Remnants of Calgar with her decoration for cheap. And then other support gems, plus the physical damage reduction is just good for the build. So it ended up, funny enough, being another build where I'm using Wildwood Gifts. And if I can get it to where I can instantly regenerate a fresh Ironward, which I think I'll be able to with level 21 gems and Eldritch Battery, then this should be pretty chill. Why this amulet and why not Rockiata on Ironward? I can't afford Rockiata right now. And this amulet is good for both defenses and offenses. Enemies have less fire res. And I have % increased maximum life, 24%. Rockiatas does not infect and ignite, FYI. Well, then that would be another reason why I'm not using Rockiatas. I already knew that, Blade. That's why I wasn't using it. Because I know you're joking, but I don't want to rock out a flow. But also, you can't joke and say RMT delivery and then give me something for free, because someone is going to think you're being real. And clip it and be like, cow RMTs! I don't want to rock out of though, right now. Thank you, though. What I'm trying to decide, what I'm saving my Divine for right now, why I haven't invested in the other lineage gems, is, well, I have stuff for sale that I'm still trying to sell. But what I want to get is Legacy of something. I don't know what Legacy I'm going to do yet. Part of me wants to do Legacy of Wanderlust, so I'm just immune to slows, because I'm so fucking tired of slows this patch. So obnoxious. There is a legacy that makes socketables of like legacy of Runeseeker, I think, that makes the socketables have increased bonus effect. I don't know if that's worth it for this. Probably not. I'm thinking Legacy of Greymake plus 50 all attributes would let me get just like a lot more maximum life. It would shave these points. I also don't have the attributes for all of my level 20 gems yet. So I'm thinking Legacy of Greymake in the helmet. Just make myself giga tanky and show me your boots. They're just high chaos res, maximum life boots. With some cold res on them to help round out my cold res. They were just and with armor. I need a lot of armor for this build too. I need a fuckload of armor. Good morning. I'm playing your Reflex build. I really love the setup and wanted to congratulate you. I'm Brazilian and don't speak much English, so I'm using translator to write this. I have one question. Were you able to make it work as an AFK build? No, not really. You needed to use, Hammer of the Gods. You needed to use Hammer of the Gods for, like, bosses and rares. I mean, I'm not res cap. I don't want to try these right now. Like, I don't want to try those right now. I'm trying to AFK right of the Namelesses right now, and they're doing chaos damage. I'm giving up 50% chaos res. Yeah, you like to think that chaos res doesn't matter, but when I'm doing an AFK build in a mechanic that does largely chaos damage, I like chaos res. I am not using that rune. I'm life stacking right now. Wanted to see if I could hit 6,000 life. But I should use that with this too. But I don't know why I would I would not use those boots over like many other, why would I use these boots for an idle build? For quality of life, I'm standing here. I'm not dodge rolling. This is like an idle build. It's like a Ignite Ironward build. I mean, regardless of whether I'm overestimating, underestimating chaos damage, those boots don't do anything for the build. I mean, between the rituals, but I don't, you know. I'm trying to make this AFK juicy content. If I replaced any slot, it would have been like the glove. I would keep like triple res boots and then like try and get unique gloves. But I don't think the Kriya Flight fits this build. And when you get hit by 5 Chaos Seeds at once, if you don't have Chaos Res, that can slap you. Which unique gloves do you think would help? I mean, I don't know if anything would particularly help, but like, you would just be, you know, getting more damage from painters or something. Or I'm sure there's some like weird ignite gloves or something. I'm just saying, if I were to swap any of my rares out for a unique, it would probably be not the boots. God, Slap the Spear, Aggravate, Ignite is so overpowered. That damage spike is crazy. Is that possible to convert your Ignite to Chaos Ignite? I mean, I don't... You'd have to use the ring. Isn't this just spells? Yeah, this is just spells, so you'd have to use the ring. Alright. Where are all my whittlings? I should have bought that purple one. But I didn't know I was going to get cucked on rolls. I am using a Scurrying Flame. I haven't tried Stormfire. This is awesome. So tanky. Alright, here's the one. We're gonna get all the whittlings. Oh, there's gotta be burrowed idiots. Classic burrowed idiots. Alright, I want to do something real quick.
Go on.
I must keep watching it.
No, I don't want that. I don't know which one I would do though. I don't want to do any of them though. Ooh, I forgot less max mana was a roll on these. Does that get me over what I needed? It does. Let me check int enchant. I don't need the enchant if I do Legacy of Greymake, though. Well, right now I need the strength, because this is my last travel node I'm taking, and I don't have enough strength in it for my level 21 gems. So, unless I add attribute nodes, or tribute runes someplace to my gear, I am not getting an additional travel node with my current plans. And every node is needed. I need 65 dex for this, and then I need 157 for these, which already are taking me getting Ingenuity for, which I'm pissed about, which is partly, like, these nodes right here are partly why I want to just slap Legacy of Greymake, because these are 150 or 75 maximum life, 50 strength, plus 50 ints. Like, if I did the, Legacy of Greymake, right? That's 50 all attri. That allows me to swap every single node on the tree to a strength node. So, like, I end up getting way more maximum life out of doing that swap, and then I still get all my attries for my gems. So, like, that's why I'm considering buying Legacy of Greymake, is it just makes my life, like I just love life stacking, so the higher my life, I'm always happier. But it also makes it to where just getting all of these is easier. Enchant, and let's just see what the ints enchant costs are at. There's a 5 int for 8 divine, and a 4 strength for 12 divine. So we'll buy the 5 int. Well, that's less damage though. That wasn't mana, right? I'm not thinking. I wasn't reading the mods. Were any of the enchant strength less mana? No, they're not. We want less mana for sure. Is there a dex one? No, there's no less mana with the enchant I want. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy you for now. You're really cheap. I mean, worst case, I just put like a strength rune into one of my perfect body rune slots. I lose a minor amount of maximum life doing that. So, whatever. And then eventually, like again, I think I'm gonna do, like, I need to look through all the legacy runes. I do not know if there's a legacy rune I want more than Greymake right now. Greymake is just so comfy for the build in terms of itemization, and then it improves the defensives. There's Legacy of Chernobog, which if I got the 50% maximum block, that would be 25% gain damage as fire. There's Legacy of Wanderlust, which makes me immune to slows, because I'm so tired of slows this patch. It's between those three, I think. And right now, Greymake just seems like it's what I want to do for the quality of life. The simplicity of, like, itemization, and makes me tankier on top of it. I need to re-look through all the legacies, though. So level 90, I get this jewel slot. I need to put a strength socketable in for now. Strength's right here. I'll just slot it in my helmet for now. Didn't lose that much life. We now have the strength requirement for all my level 21s. I bought some random level 21 curses. I didn't know what kind of curse setup I was going to do at the time. If I was going to do some weird, like, cooldown scaling stuff. But I think this alone should be pretty massive. I just want to see what it does currently for my mana costs. Oh, nice. Oh, baby, give it. Single cast Ironwards. Let's go. Oh, yes. Yes. That makes it so much easier. I was worried I was going to have to do some, like, you know, the lineage gem stacking helmet? I was worried I was going to have to, like, do some cheese with that where I had, like, giga cooldowns on my curses, but they were all, like, doing giga mana because of it, so I was, like, rotating between curses. And this is doing this without the level 21 gem. I don't know if I can double fill. I don't think I would want to. Now, from here, this is perfect. We really only want the single fill. What we need to do now, though, is adjust my armor damage taken stuff to where a single cast fills up the entire Ironward. And there's ways of doing that, like with Rat Cage. You can get a higher percentage of fire damage taken as physical damage. So by converting extra of the damage I take from Infernal Flame into armor, into my armor damage, that would juice Ironward a little bit, but having to do that's not too bad, as long as I'm life flashing through it. And you're really not doing it often. Okay. So I don't even know if I need the level 21 gem now. Like, the level 19 might be good enough because, like, I don't want to be doing extra damage to myself if it's not leading. Like, this is literally the perfect right here. Well, it's not. I took out the gem, but one singular cast filling up the entire bar. We don't want it to, like, do 150%. We don't want it to do anything like that. Like, 100%. One cast filling up the bar exactly is perfect in terms of the Infernal Flame to mana cost casting thing. So I might not even actually use the 21 gem, because this is perfect. Like, I don't have it on. I keep default thinking it's on, but like the one cast is perfect. Now I just need to get it to where when I take Infernal Flame damage, this percentage is higher than 51%. Now, this being 51% is also good because it just means 2 cast and it's full. That's already perfect enough. The ideal world is 1 cast is 100%. I don't think that's happening just because of like how you have to balance your armor with the damage taken. It would be a tough balance. I don't think it's possible, Blade. I don't think like mathematically it would be possible without like consistently risking yourself of being one-shot. I have no idea. With the previous builds I did of this, I wasn't doing it with Rat Cage. I was doing it with Ward Loop. And Heartbound Loop, with minions dying, damaging myself. And you had full control over the pace and rate of that by just like how many minions you have and controlling the rate at which each one's died based off of Infernal Legion 1, 2, or 3, and stuff like that. With this build, you know, it's a little bit different. We can do 2 explosions per cast, yes. But if this did 2 explosions per cast, it would one-shot me. And the problem is, the way Ironward works is, it is a percentage of physical damage that is prevented. So if you stack your fire res... I have to test, but my assumption is if my fire res is too high, I am taking less fire damage. So that fire damage being converted to physical damage is less, so that I am less absorbing for Ironward, right? Does that make sense where my head's at? Like, you need to take enough damage to fill up the Ironward. So if you scale your fire res too high, you're not taking enough fire res, like you're nerfing your stuff. So, come to your hideout? I'm in my hideout. What the fuck are you on about? Where do you think I am? Where do you think I am? Try for a sec with your mage. Oh, because you have the fire res buff aura? Or something? Oh, your mage blood. I see. Yeah, it's only filling 36% now. So my headspace was in the right direction. So it seems like more maximum life is probably needed. I'm not sure. More damage conversions. Like I said, I think it might just actually be mathematically, because of like that problem, there might not be a way to like hit a point where you can guarantee one cast is filling up 100% of Ironward. Now, one thing about Ironward is the stored physical percentage scales with its gem levels. I'm about to get +2 gem levels. And then I'm missing +1 all levels on my amulet. My amulet is missing +1 all levels. So I'm missing 3 levels to Ironward. I could also potentially add physical mastery or Endelia's Desire to Ironward to get its level higher, but the gem level, so like it says stores 520% of mitigated physical damage. Every gem level increases this percentage. So, you know, with 3 gem levels that I'm up, like potentially get. By the way, I've been crafting. I was trying to craft. I still have a bunch of Zoth's blood I can craft on. I don't know if I have to try Defiance of Destiny. I'm not sure. Does Defiance of Destiny get as much maximum life? I don't think. Maybe Defiance of Destiny does help because the recover missing life. Oh, that says being hit by an enemy. Does this recover Pyromanic Pact? Does Pyromanic Pact count as an enemy? Because that might not work then. This would only be good if this counts for Pyromanic Pact, which I don't know if it does. If this works with Pyromanic Pact, then this is probably fucking Giga. I'm assuming it doesn't. It says enemy. It says enemy. So. But yeah, I think I get 2 gem levels soon, and then potentially a 3rd gem level with the +1 all spells enchant. Those 3 gem levels could be converting so much more physical damage that, like, that solves the problem. So, let's hope the +3 gem levels solves a lot. I just have to, get an amulet crafted. Right now I'm doing Zarek's Gift. I couldn't really think of what to do on my enchant. I just crafted one of these early on. I still have to figure out what to do with the amulet. I think I like Zoth's Bloods right now. I just don't know how the enemies in your presence having -25 fire res scales with Bringer of Flame. I saw online that minus fire res does impact the damage of ignites, so I don't know. I don't know how it works when you hit with a Ironward. So maybe Zoth's Blood's useless. I need to test, though. I need to test if, because if this does work with Pyromanic Pact, that, like, solves an absurd amount of the build. But, it says enemy, so I'm just gonna assume it doesn't. Alright, be right back real quick. Lower fire res will help with the actual dot damage, but resistance is not used to calc what the base dot will be from the original hit. I hate PoE, like, in that aspect of the game, because it's like, that doesn't answer me whether, like, obviously the only way you can learn if this is actually good for the build is to PoB it, and you have to hope PoB's, like, set up to, like, function with this, but, like, yeah, that doesn't tell me if this is good or not for the build, which sucks. The ideal would be, you know... So for 0.4, I have no pen to apply Ignite. Oh shit, I need to update. And then I'd lower Chaos Res via Wither Despair to help with the Chaos... Ah, I see. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. That actually, that explanation of it made perfect sense. Thank you. Alright. I need to go once again look through all of the legacy runes, but I'm pretty sure whenever I'm done making Divine today, I am buying Legacy of Greymake. Because if lifestealing is the best way to scale our Pyromanic Pack scaling, like by like just taking a bigger hit, though, are you still here, Blade? I don't know if you're still here. If I had a better, so I think we could lower fire res. He's listening to music, actual music. What's up, Rabbit? I think if we lowered fire res, but we had Giga Armor with armor applies to Ellie, it might work. I would need a different Mage Blood. I would need a tankier, an Armorer Mage Blood, and an Armorer Gloves. But I think if I had higher armor with armor applies to Mage Blood, armor applies to Ellie, and then I could do Legacy of Blackbraid, that's 50% of armor applies to Ellie. So I think if I just Giga Armor stacked instead, I could get the one Infernal Pact. I am going to be quoting that expedition clip for the rest of my life. Rabbit. That is like, that is meme tier for me. I've never seen you, crash out like that at the game. I've seen you crash out like that at viewers, but I've never seen you crash out at that at the game. It's shit! It's shit! It is shit. Fuck Exped. I'm not doing Expedition at all. I don't intentionally rage bait you. I was dropping into your stream. I was like, hey, Rabbit's playing Expedition. I'm hoping he's having fun. Nope, he is not. Why are the tornadoes wearing condoms now? That is so weird. Had another clip you like? Hell yeah. That's so funny. I have personally not had a good time with Expedition. I have not spent nearly any time streaming. I don't understand why the tornado has this weird condom on it now. It is such a weird looking effect. That's one of the weirdest texture breaks this game has. I hate having to find the burrowed idiots. Alright, let me watch this clip.
It's like...
I can already hear the frustration. Hold on. I don't have tabs set up for for streaming or for watching clips.
It's like, oh, okay, tablet server. I need to triangulate the star formation, Mercury, and...
Oh, I don't even have it on screen. Shit, I'm bad at my job. Sorry, let me try again. Attempt 2 at being a good streamer. There we go. Oh, I'll move my webcam too. Look at me go. Look at me go. Look at me go.
It's like, oh, okay, tablet server. I need to triangulate the star formation, Mercury in retrograde, and then I have to do the right tablet into this one, Ultra Saga. Then you go into the map, and then you need to be like, oh, now I need to use the opulent into Death Rune time. I. Misha, hello.
Oh, that was so funny. Oh my god. Dude, the thing is, it's good if someone like you hates it. That means it's absolutely going to get changed. If if the people who like doing the, like, you know, the juicy farms or whatever fucking hate this shit, that's good. That means it's gonna change. Yeah, I could not, like, the moment I got into the point where it was like you have to pick up the logbook and put it back down in your inventory, and it's like, oh, I can't do Outer Saga here, I have to do, like, I have to go find a new, like, the moment it came that, I'm like, this is more travel maps than city mapping, and I don't want to do it. It's just, it's so boring. As I am doing expedition, or excuse me, ritual for the 6th week in a row. This is my first Rat Cage build, though. Rat Cage is fun. This helm with armor Ellie stacking? Oh, I mean, I've done Veil of Night builds before. I don't know. I don't know if that would be the play. I think I would be one-shotting myself. It would be a very interesting setup. I mean, yeah, I've played Veil of Night builds before, but usually when you're playing Veil of Night builds, you're running a different setup, and getting a high enough armor to where I can eat Veil of the Night internal pack hits. I don't know if that's happening with Rat Cage. Rat Cage has no armor. For armor stacker builds, you usually use your body armor as the anchor, and we're not going to get like any armor. I'm down to, like, interaction test it, like, over tomorrow or the next day to see, like, how it feels, but my assumption is it will not be good. We would need a lot, like, I would need, essentially, a different Mage Blood that doesn't have Quicksilver and Bismuth. It would have to be, like, triple Granite Basalt. Like, it would have to be, like, the Mage Blood would have to be an absurd amount of armor with no Quicksilver and no Bismuth. Which I'm not saying isn't possible, but, you know, it's just like a completely different itemization, so that would just be like, you know, I gotta farm. I'm out of Divines, so. Veil of the Night's definitely cool. The thing is, though, Hollow Mask, flat physical damage reduction does work with Ironward. Ironward stores a percentage of physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. And Hollow Mask has 17% additional physical damage reduction. So it's possible that, like, this 17% physical damage reduction is doing more for Ironward than any amount of maximum life Veil of the Night armor stacking conversion would do. So, like, you know, it's just pure speculation. And that's like, you know, a lot of my divines I'm throwing away on a guess. Is there a legacy rune for physical damage reduction? I don't know. I don't think I saw one. I looked through them all last night for this build. I can eat the monkey slams. That's how tanky I am. I don't remember seeing one. I'm not sure, though. It's a good idea, though. I like the like if it works in theory, that's cool, right? Like, let's just say we say fuck movement speed. We did like triple granite basalt. We got the armor applies the Ellie rune, and then we did Veil of the Night, right? That would allow me to forego. That sucks because these were fucking awesome gloves for this build too. But that would allow me to like essentially ditch elemental res in every slot. and just focus purely on life stacking and armor stacking in these pieces. But I just, like, I would have to see, like, Pyromanic Pack hits hard as fuck. I would need a gross amount of armor for Pyromanic Pack to not one-shot me at 0% fire res. So, I don't know. I'm not very confident on it. It sounds cooler, itemization-wise, but this is definitely, like, the smarter way to budget approach it, I guess. I'll mess with it, but my assumption is I don't think we'll get enough armor to live a Pyromanic Pack. Where are we pointing to? Way the fuck up here? I don't think we'll get enough armor or armor applies to Ellie to make Pyromanic Pack not one shot with Veil. If you could, though, that's hilarious. Like, that'd be like, that's like the, again, you know me, I'm always trying to force life stacking in every build. This will also be my second Veil of the Night build this patch. Is this build more tanky than Chronomancer? I don't know. More tanky than Chronomancer? It's just, I don't understand that question, because I'm doing like a self-damage Pyromanic Pack build. You wouldn't do... Like, it's a Pyromanic Pack build that I'm playing right now, so like... Would it be tankier? Like, is a Chronomancer tankier than an Infernalist? I don't know, but you're not doing this setup on a Chronomancer. Not with my Pyromanic Pact engine, at least. You would just be purely you'd have to be playing, like, you know, Ward Loop. So, you know, you'd be at least giving up your ring. Or just, like, relying on pure damage taken, which you can do. Like, this is me not using any Pyromanic Pact. But for, like, Arbiter of Ash, right? How do you generate your juice without any, like, engine? That's where this comes in. But I don't know what's... I haven't played a Chronomancer this patch, so I don't know how tanky they are. I've heard they're pretty tanky. Ugh. Alright, I need Divine, so let's hit a Mage Blood right now. Dead Rabbit just blessed us in the chat with his presence, so maybe we got that Mage Blood energy. You know what? Like, I definitely want to try Veil of the Night. Just because if it did work, that'd be hilarious. I just think that's like a Hail Mary to pull that off. Like, part of me just wants to scoop this for 18k. YOLO. Hope I got enough deferral juice for everything I'd want to defer. Whittling! YOLO. Another whittling! Another whittling! There they were! Alright, Ride of the Nameless complete. This build handles Ride of the Nameless, like, I wanted this to be a pseudo AFK Ride of the Nameless build, and even with its minimum investment and not being very optimized at level 89, it can handle Ride of the Nameless beautifully, so... Amazing. Very happy. I'll be able to farm many Divines with this build. This is all the stuff I've bought for the build so far, by the way. I need to test if... Do I have a Defiance of Destiny? Where the fuck are amulets? I do have a Defiance of Destiny. Alright, let's see how much damage I take. So, like, I lost like half of my life. Does Defiance work? That did not look like Defiance of Destiny does anything with Pyromantic Pact. So I believe what I thought was correct was, it says, recover a percentage of missing life by being hit by an enemy, and Pyromantic Pact is not an enemy. So that would have been nice, but alas. Not usable. That would have been really nice. But that's fine. I mean, we still might use Defiance when tanking, but, yeah. Okay, let's do another Ride of the Nameless. Oh, I could do the Citadel, actually. Let's get a, where's my regex? Alright. I mean, physical recoup's not like the. We need to survive the one shot. The amount of life we're recouping doesn't matter. I already have good, like, recovery rate and stuff. Like, that's not, like, a thing we need to solve. Like, I don't, like... I wouldn't be putting any investment into that. I can just hit a flask and, like, get mana on kill and stuff. Like, I don't need... All I need to do is just survive the one-shot. Like, I'm not concerned about recoup or recovery rate. Like, that was already, like... If I needed more recovery or recoup rate, that was already solvable. I need to survive one-shots from Pyromantic Pact. That's the... You know, that would be the only thing that needs to be solved, and... You know... That just gets solved with Divine, you know? Like, recoup speed, like, or recoup stuff, like, yeah, that helps, you know, if we get to that point, but, like, that's you know, you're solving step 5 when we're still on step 2. We don't need step 5 solved yet. We got to get to step 3 and 4. And step 5 is like an easy step to solve. Like if we need more life recovery or recoup, like that's easy. You just get passes in the recoup, you know, like what you're saying is not bad, but like it doesn't like, you know, that didn't change anything about I thought about the build. Because we still have to get to that point where we care about getting that much recoup without giving up damage. But, like, I already think the build's in, like, an okay enough spot when we get the Mind Over Matter in. Or the Elder's Batteries. Like, just being a single tap the Curse is, like, already, like, the quality of life the build needs. I think from there, it's, like, just testing if the Veil of the Night armor applies to Ellie tech works. And then, yeah, if the crit stuff happens, for sure. It's just, I don't know if the build's being pushed that far yet. You know, it's still only day 2, so... Oh, I just want to perfect the one tap too. I agree with you. And that would, like, if we have the perfect one tap that gets you back up to full life with no risk of, like, yeah, like, obviously that's what we want to aim for, and if we can pull that off with Veil of the Night. But, like, my damage isn't good enough to where, like, I can one-shot, like, Uber Arbiter right now, even though that's not the goal of the build, right? But the damage isn't good enough yet for that. So, like, the idea of, like, giving up 15 passes right now while not playing crit, while also, like, pulling off all that, is just, like, that's, like, so far down the line that, like, it would be a very different, you know, we're days away from that if that happened. No, I'm not doing Adonia. No shot. I am not doing another Adonia build anytime soon. Ooh, I have another Copper Citadel I can do. What's up, Treach? How are you? Ice cream sounds good. Soulframe closed beta? Never heard of it. I have not heard of it. Give me 2 again. Give me 2 again. Yay! What is this like? I just made like 30-something divine from those 2 citadels. What are Fated Crisis fragments right now? Almost 10 divine? Hell yeah. Yeah. I could see me going... If armor applies to Ellie is the solution to the build, ditching the bismuth would be hard. I would need, like, you know, I'd have to ditch the Chaos Boots and get more elemental res on, like, Ami and other locations. But double granite or double granite bismuth basalt or, like, triple granite basalt with armor applies to Ellie might be what maximizes the Pyromanic Pack Warge fill-ups. It's just, you'd be... What's my movement speed without the belt? 39% move speed, which is like...
Let's see if they have any takers.
Triple granite quick, I think. I mean, maybe. Basalt's fucking nuts when combined with granite. Like, 150% increased armor when combined with that is just like... It just depends on how much armor is needed, right? It just depends on how much armor is needed. My assumption is we need a booty butt cheeks amount. But if we don't need a booty butt cheeks amount, then maybe you're right. Maybe triple granite, Quicksilver is the play. Maybe that's the first one I try, and if it doesn't work with that, I try triple granite basalt. I just assume, if it's Veil of the Night, I think we're going to need an absurd amount of armor to not die to Pyromanic Pack. But I also don't even know if that's like... We might be just trying to force Veil of the Night for no reason. It might be... I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. A single tap filling up all of Ironward is like pure optimization, right? Like, that is the dream. But that might... Like, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There we go. Alright, another Ride of the Nameless. I mean, to me, like, when it comes to bossing, nothing looks cooler when bossing than ailments. I know that, like, technically having a big one-shot is more DPS, but nothing looks cooler than hitting a boss once and then watching its life bar go bloop, and just like a fast ailment. Like, that just looks the coolest. So I love the degen builds. So seeing the fast ignite on bossing is just super fun. I love it too. I love any type of ailment build that does that. That's why the Frost Flame tech is so much fun. What's the Frost Flame tech? I need to get a level. I want to level up real quick so I can use this Flesh Crucible. I just want to get this in now. And Rite of the Nameless levels you so slow. Whatever, we'll just keep doing Rite of the Namelesses. What time is it? I gotta get lunch soon. Right now, I need everything I have in Elemental Weakness to make its cost as high as possible. And then Dodre's Undoing I'm using to trigger Abyssal Wasting for the Fire Res, so I don't have that for it right now. I don't have room. And then every other one is like just getting the cost multiplier as high as possible, so a single tap is filling it up. Oh, did Hyoxes have a cost multiplier to it? No, it doesn't. Oh, right here. This is where I'm at. Oh, I already put one in. Okay, let's get my maps then. Space Brain. I'm gonna have to re-corrupt maps soon. Oh wait, no, I'm still good. Oh no, I'm still good. I got plenty of corrupted maps. Frostflame Nova resets the duration of ignites, and it works on aggravated ignites, so you can get full duration aggravated procs off it. What do you mean it resets the duration of ignite? Like, if my ignite is at 1 second and I cast Frostflame, it'll put its duration back to whatever, 12 seconds? The hell? Why does that exist? It's just a button that makes your ignite refresh? What? Do I have a Frostflame? Unleash a wave of volatile ice that feeds on flames. While the wave doesn't deal damage, the ice flashes onto ignited enemies, refreshing the duration of their active ignite and rapidly applying freezing, but preventing them from being ignited further until the ignite expires. So I would only use this on bossing. I wouldn't use this in my Wild Flame shit. Interesting. 10% more freeze buildup for each 1% of enemy's ailment threshold dealt by the affected ignite per second. Hits enemies every 0.5 second until affected ignite expires. What does the quality do for it? Radius? Huh. Oh, right, the crit refreshing one. Well, the hope is, whenever I have the level 20, like the extra damage, like, you know, we don't need to ever refresh the ignite. They'll just die in the single ignite. Oh, it costs ward. this wouldn't work, right? Because I can't inflict targets on enemies impacted by Frostflame, right? So this would, like, never get procced. Whatever. I need to hit level 90. Getting this gem slot is huge. Is there a passive point I can shave? I don't think so. I like all my passive points right now. I could shave that, technically, and just put it in next level. We do lose some armor, though, but I don't want to right now. Yeah, we'll just level up. Did you get the free passive point from Martyr? Yeah. I did that yesterday. I did indeed. Alright. Right at the Nameless time. We're almost level 90. That +1 passive point. Also need to see if there's just a better ring setup, but I assume, like, when I saw that Grip of Kulamet could get Ignite Magnitude, I was like, oh, that's going to be hard to beat, because Grip can get Ignite and Maximum Life, and then there's, like, other things you could get on top of it, but I got, this was, like, super cheap. It had, like, Abyssal Wasting applies minus Fire Res, so I was just like, whatever. But 80% Ignite Magnitude right now, with 24% increased Maximum Life from this Grip of Kulamet is just, that's pretty thick. That's pretty thick. Alright. I need to be right back real quick. Might just like make myself a sandwich real quick for lunch. But I need to get something to eat real quick, so I will be right back. Alright, I am back. I am just going to eat real quick. Probably going to stream for another hour or two. Alright, let me eat real quick. What kind of sandwich? Ham and cheese. Nothing crazy with the sandwich. Just something quick to eat while playing. Alright, we need this level. Give us some good ASMR sound? No, thanks. Oh, great. I've got the fucking statues that are gonna spawn on the edge that I have to proc. Ugh, so annoying. Why did I do this to myself? Never do ritual, your first ritual with this point. Every one of these nodes is going to have these idiots in them now. Alright, we're almost level up. Big level up 8. Yeah, I'm gonna have to run around on all of these ones to trigger these stupid butt heads. Double whittling! Half a level. I have to roll between these two statue spawn points. Nice, level 90. Alright. A lot changes here. So I get the Flesh Crucible. So now a single curse should get me at 1 full charge. Boom, 61% from a single cast. Lovely. 2 casts and we're 100%. Now, we're up 2 levels on Ironward. So it is now level 24. Significant damage increase. Now, I will put in this elemental weakness for now. I just want to see what happens when we have the higher gem level one. I don't think we're going to use it because we don't want to do extra damage. We don't want, like, 1.5 us, I don't think. So, let's just see what happens with it. Did that just fill up 2 in a single... Hold on. Pause the music. That just fill up 2 in a single cast? No, I was tripping. Okay, I was tripping. Okay. Go back to the cheaper one, I think. We only want it to fill up once. And there's no point in making it do extra damage. Okay. So big upgrades were just made. Mind over Matter. Eldritch Battery made our mana cost more expensive to where a curse will now fill up Pyromantic Pact on a single cast. And then we got 2 gem levels for Ironward. So our damage is just also significantly higher because every gem level for Ironward is significant damage. That was a baby iron. That was a baby hit, though. I didn't have my exposure down or anything. There we go. Those are the hits we're looking for. You should try swapping out Wildfire using Twister Fan of Flame setup? No. Why would I do that? Why would I add buttons to the build? Wildfire just auto clears. I just press one Iron Ward and it like AFK clears. It infinitely loops. Like adding buttons for that, I don't know. Also, you'll probably never see me play Twisters. Get that shit out of here. But no. Wild Flame serves its purpose of, like, being idle. As long as the flames are down in the right spots, you can kind of just AFK. Just on this loadout, it sucks because we have these stupid fucking statues I have to keep spawning. Oh shit, I think I see what happened. I was like, why is my damage feel so low on my Iron Ward? When I put the new gem in, it wasn't locking it to gem set 1. So I've been casting it on my my spear setup. I was like, why is the damage feel so low? It's because I've been casting it with the Scythe of Spear and not the Runeseeker's Call. Because the gem swap removed my weapon set setup. Oh, this is perfect.
Death is my power to wield.
You sided with the villains. Fool!
So I think I can get... Actually, I don't need Veil of the Night. I don't think I need Veil... Maybe Veil of the Night's needed, but I don't think Veil of the Night's the play. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. I think if I get... Again, this line right here, 100% of fire damage is taken as physical damage. This can roll above 100%. So if I increase this roll here, so like 110, 112%, and then I add more armor applies to Ellie, and then I get a slightly more optimized Mage Blood, maybe I do triple Granite Quicksilver, or something that just gives me more armor. I'm already one casting, like look, I can already one cast Curse, and it fills up to 63%. I don't need much more percentage. If I was taking a little bit more fire damage from Rat's Cage, and then applying more of that damage to my armor, I think that's 100% per cast on its own. Like, I think that's just the play.
Another corpse disturbed.
But this is why I like Wildfire. Y'all can't see, but I'm eating right now. I'm not even looking at the screen. Look at this build. This is insane. This is awesome. I AFK'd that entire ritual. Cool. +2 Whittlings. So yeah, I think, on average, what are the best support gems for Repulsion? I have no idea. I used Repulsion, like, once, and it was, like, it was, like, day 2 or 3, and I haven't used it since. Everyone was too hyped about it, so I didn't want to use it. Okay, so upgrades that I can do. +1 level to, I could get 1 more level to Ironward via my amulet. I just need to keep buying Zoft's Bloods and then trying to corrupt for +1 all skills. This one's +10 dex right now. I need to get Legacy of Blackbraid and probably a different Rat Cage. When I got this Rat Cage, I was thinking about playing a different style. And the 4 sockets is nice, but this one's enchanted for 13% of damage taken recouped as mana, which is pointless. So, like, let's see if there's, like, a Rat Cage. Rat Cage. I don't really care if it's Ward or not, but we're going to go for Ward. 4 sockets. And then we want it, is there a corrupt up on... There's none corrupted up with 4 sockets that have over 100% fire applies to Ellie. What about the base Rat Cage? What's a normal Rat Cage? So there's no 4 socket. So maybe you can't get a 4 socket that's over 100%. But it looks like you can get a 3 socket that's over 100%. like this 3 socket, is 122% of fire res, of fire damage taken as physical. That's pretty awesome. But it's not the upgraded version, so I'm probably gonna have to craft my own rat cage. There's not even a Ward 3 socket that has over 100% on it. Wonder why that is. There's just like no one hit the corrupt on the 3 socket. We do, well, there's no reason not to use the upgraded version. The upgraded version has more evasion. The upgraded version has runic ward. So there's like no reason to not use the upgraded version. But if we're concern is min-maxing the damage taken, we might use the smaller one. But it looks like I'm gonna have to craft my own one for sure, unfortunately. Because there's like 2 socketers that are above 100%, but like I don't want a fucking 2 socket. We definitely want Guatzottl's Thesis. So like, I mean, we want as many sockets, and then we need one for Legacy of Blackbraid. So like that would be both of our runes, so we'd be losing 150 maximum life, which ain't the end of the world, but like we want at least 3 sockets, I think. If we had to do a 2 socketer, we would, but I'll try and craft one. I'm still not sure on what amulet we're doing. I'm not sold on Zoth's Blood yet. I have to do more testing with other stuff. It's just Zoth Blood is really good because it rounds out like our fire res, our maximum life, and then it does help our offenses a bit, but I haven't really thought about rings. It's possible I ditch the Kalandra's Touch and do like something else in slot 2, and I only use 1 Grip of Kulomek. But grip seems really good for this build. I'll have to test other stuff. Gloves. These will be hard to replace just because like these have giga rolls for the build. Even though it's energy shield, everything else for the build is perfect. So I'm just assuming this is never getting replaced. The Mage Blood's probably getting replaced. We're triple Granite Quicksilver maybe. Or double, or maybe a triple, like, I don't know. This is probably going for a different version. Boots might change. We might drop some Chaos Res if we need more resistance from other pieces. I'm sure there's a better shield I can get, but the shield's good. Like, it's not a bad shield. It's got everything I want. Shields don't get crazy. I don't see us using a unique shield. Helmet is where things can change. This helmet is really good for the build. I'm not like forcing it because I just did a Hollow Mask build, but the additional physical damage reduction, 17% is crazy. But also the Remnant stuff does help for the build. Just because it gives us free spirit support gems. So I got like Vitality 2. And then I've got Remnants of Calgar with her declaration. I'm able to fit all of that with 100 spirit because of the spirit reservation penalty thing on the helmet. So this helmet's not, like, even though I'm not using it for the remnants, this helmet's still good for the build. So I assume I'm keeping Hollow Mask. 17% additional physical damage reduction is just crazy, but I'd have to test without it. It's just so good for the build. Because of just how it interacts with Ironward. Like, I assume getting, like, an 1,000 armor plus rare helmet is not going to be comparable to what it does with Ironward. So we're probably keeping Hollow Mask. Rat's Cage is required for the setup I am doing with the single cast bomber. I assume I'm going to get... You know what? Isn't there armor applies to elemental damage on Grips of Kulamek? There is. I'm not going to get the 200 strength. Well, no, I'm not going to get the 200 strength with this build. Ooh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy shit. I mean, absolutely holy fucking shit. Absolutely, what the fuck did I just see? Holy shit. Talk about a perfect Grip of Kulamek for this build. I mean, like, talk about a Grip of Kulamek that I would happily just sink 1,000 divines into it to make it perfect. This was literally... Like, I don't know if this is the perfect Grip of Kulamek for this build, because I don't know where the optimization is going. If we go crit, we'd want one with crit, right? But look at this. Percent increased armor, percent increased maximum life, hits against you have reduced crit damage bonus, 30% of armor applies to elemental damage, 38% increased night magnitude, and recover percent of maximum life when you kill an enemy. So, just to compare it to my current ring, it has the 3% maximum life applies to element, or 3% life recovery when an enemy dies. It has ignite magnitude and the maximum life on it. The only thing this ring is missing that this ring has is the Abyssal Wasting applies minus 13 to fire resistance. I'm not sure how much that's impacting the build right now. But this gains armor applies to elemental damage, and hits have a reduced crit damage bonus against you. So it's just like a massive upgrade. What did that do to my armor? 3,000 increased armor. What does that do to my Ironward buildup? Why did that lower my Ironward buildup, though? Interesting. I thought our armor applies to elemental damage, and more armor would increase the generation. No, it's hitting about the same. What did I change that made me go from generating... I was just generating like 60% per cast. And now I'm generating like 40% per cast. What did I just change that reduced my values? What happened? I was only just yapping. I changed a single Grip of Kulamek. And suddenly I'm generating less ward. What? I was just literally just talking for like 10 minutes. And I don't think I changed anything that would have impacted how much ward I'm generating right now. I was just generating 60 per cast. The only thing I changed was my Grip of Kulamek, but now I'm generating 40 per cast, and the old one is generating less than the new one. So the armor and the armor applies to elemental is increasing the Ironward, but what did I just do that caused me to generate less ward? I swear I was just clicking it for 60. Did it reset weapon sets again? No, because I'm seeing it cast in my Runeseeker's Call setup. What did I change that could have broken this in this way? I don't think I changed a single passive. Huh. I could have sworn I was just, like, it's not I could have sworn. I know I was just generating 65% through some of the cast. Maybe try re-equipping the Calandras? Nope, that didn't change anything. Huh, what happened? What could have happened that caused this? I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'm very confused. Because I just lost. But I could have sworn I just did this in my hideout. Like, I need to go look through the VOD after stream. Because I feel like I'm having a stroke right now. But I could have sworn even in my hideout, I was seeing a single cast get me to 65%. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I'm stupid. But I could have sworn that's what was happening. Maybe it was only in the map mod, but I don't think I changed any passives while I was yapping. Did this have anything? Like, well, no, because if I would put this back on, it should have been hitting for the same, so... I genuinely don't know. Maybe it is Maybelline. Okay, so one thing I need to think about is... Right now, my Megalomaniac is... Where is it? Where's my Megalomaniac? It is providing purely damage. It's giving me increased ignite duration on enemies with fire damage, and then it's increasing my damage, my duration with ailments, and then it hits against enemies with ailments. This is purely a damage Megalomaniac. It is possible I need to get one that fuels the Pyromanic Pack engine a little better. Whether that would be getting something that just has a lot more flat armor percentage on it, or armor applies to elemental like Prism Guard. I'm not sure. There's a lot of experimenting to do there. Essentially, the optimization of this build is coming in two forms. Clearly, it's already tanky enough. We want to get it as tanky as possible. But the optimization comes in two forms. It's one, we need its damage to one-shot Arbiter. One Ignite kills the Arbiter. That's the goal. So as long as a single Ignite kills Arbiter in less than 10 seconds, I'm happy with that. And then two, it needs to, a single tap doesn't need to get me to 100%. That would be nice. But as at minimum 90%. 90% is enough to kill, like, everything in mapping. And then, you know, obviously if we can get 100% with a single tap, that's ideal. Just because that's just, you know, that's perfect optimization. But those are the two optimization points we're pushing to. I could have sworn... Let me go in the map. Maybe it was a map mod that was influencing it. Let's see what happens now. Oh, it's 45% in the map, too. I need to go back and look through the VOD. Maybe I'm tripping. I could have sworn I saw it was hitting 60%. And then something changed. Maybe GGG's watching the stream and they they nerfed me live. Is that what happened, you guys? Did we just get I'm just gonna assume that's what happened. I'm not having a stroke. I'm not misremembering. We just got live nerfed. That's what happened. You know? That's the life of us sometimes, you guys. Okay. Weren't you at 60% before the 7 level swap? I could have sworn it was in this. I've done this entire map with the gem swap, and I could have sworn I was seeing it in this map with the gem swap. Again, I need to go look at the VOD. I'm going to stop stressing it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was the gem swap that completely caused it. I'm not sure. But I could have sworn for that entire map I was seeing 60%. I just need to go back and look at the VOD at the stream. Maybe what happened was... Where did my Ironward go? Maybe it snapshots. And me leaving... the instance updated the snapshot. And then it went from 60-something to 40-something per cast. So let's go test that. That very well might have been it. That very well might have been it. It might have just been snapshotted. So if I'm casting this now, it was not 45%. Interesting. I could have. I mean, I just need to go check the VOD. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but the gem level does influence it a little bit. Okay. So I need to find a way to get this. We've already got this optimized perfectly. One single an elemental weakness cast fills up our Infernal Flame. That doesn't need to be optimized anymore. Perfect. That was honestly the thing I was most worried about optimizing. That's already a single cast, though. Now we just need this to be 70+% when we click it, at minimum. Really, at minimum 50%, so like 2 casts gets you full. 2 casts being 90% is not ideal. I'm really glad I just found this grip of Kulamek. Who's here? Who be buying, man? Who be buying my stuff, man? Who be buying my stuff, man? What are you buying, dude? Give me your divines. Give me your divines. Okay, put you away. I mean, we might as well use the Max Link one just for them more damage. On enemies, I mean. Not from Pyro. The glorious double proc. Oh. Yeah, we can hit a double proc. Be spamming enough. I'm going to go to your hideout and just stay there for 8 hours. No loitering, sir. No loitering. Okay, I am going to take the helmet off real quick. I just want to see what happens. Oh, I lost my Ironward. Oh, I don't have the strength right now. Alright, we'll test that later. Oh, by the way, I put a skin on my shield to where it has no skin. And I thought that was fun.
I have a buyer.
Oh, my Moriar sold. Nice. I can now afford my Outer's Legacy. So I can get an armor applies to elemental now. It's just, I just don't know if I want to put it in this one, even though I can get this back. I don't think I spent much on this rat cage. So, if I have to destroy it later, that's whatever. Outer's Legacy. 292 divines. I mean, Jesus Christ. Hey, later, Treach. Thanks for hanging out, bro.
I'll post it right away.
Interesting. Huh. I am very confused as to what's happening. I'm very confused. I am very confused.
Go on.
Time to change plans.
I was at... How does Pyromanic Pact work? Like, how does the damage taken work? It just says take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Based, like, how much damage am I taking? Am I taking, like, a percentage of my life? Am I taking a percentage of my Infernal Flame? Like, how is that working? Hey, Circus, what's up for the raid, brother? I think all your life in ES, but it's not all, because then it would one-shot me. Thanks for the raid, man. Hope you're doing well. We are doing a weird build here. I am hope your day is going well. Thank you for the raid, my friend. We are doing a Ironward build. Ironward is a spirit gem that when you take physical damage and then you prevent it with armor or other sorts of like physical damage reduction, you build up Ironward. And I am using, and normally like you have to take damage to do this, right? So, or to fill it up. I am using Infernalist's Pyromanic Pact to do fire damage to myself. And then I am converting that fire damage to physical damage with Rat Cage to make my Pyromanic Pact fill Ironward. So I cast a single curse, it does damage to myself, and then I get my Ironward charge that way. And that's the core engine of the build. It is using Pyromanic Pact to damage myself and to get Ironward generated, and then using Ironward to clear as my, damage skill. And, it's really fun. I don't know. It's really cool so far. It still has a ways to go, until it's optimized. But yeah, it's cool. It's really fun. I gotta figure out how to, like, perfect it. My goal is to... So right now I've got it to where a single elemental weakness fills up Infernal Flame, which is nice. But it's only charging Ironward 44%. So that's where, like, the difficulty of this engine is right now. Is, like, I want to get this to where it can fill up Ironward with a single cast. I don't think that's going to be possible. So we at minimum want to get to above 50%. So 2 casts will fill it up. But we're gonna see if we can get it to fill up an entire bar with a single cast. And then I'll show you guys a map too, just so you guys can see how it plays. We're playing Ignite too, so Ignite builds are always fun. But it's super tanky, as you can see. I have, again, I'm not even optimized, 22k armor with 5,000 life. with a good amount of armor applies to elemental damage. So... yeah. It's cool. Be right back real quick. I just finished eating. And then I will, we'll do this map. AFK like 2 seconds. Alright. I'll show you guys what it looks like in maps. But yeah, for those who haven't seen Ironward, it has a big radius. The more it has juice into it, the bigger its radius. And also, you can just, like, take damage to fill it up, too, if you don't want to cast. And then, because of how Wildfire works, you can functionally just sit here like this. You just sit here, and that one Ignite should infinitely chain. Why is it not possible to fill up? I mean, I don't know if it's not possible to fill up. It's going to take... what did Blade say? Can you proc the fork with Infernal Flame? Proc the fork with Infernal Flame? I don't know what that means. I know it's possible to fill it up, but it's like, you know, it's going to require optimization to get it to fill up with a single cast. Are you using a second weapon slot? Yeah, so for Pinnacle bosses, I have Scythe of Spear for Aggravate Ignite to just one-shot bosses with Ignite. Oh, I don't know. I'll check later. I'll check when I'm in the base. But yeah, right now my weapon set is Scythe of Spear. What offhand you use on weapon set right now is just my shield. I thought about maybe doing like one-hander only, so I got the increased skill speed, but I haven't really, you know. I literally only use Scythe of Spear to aggravate bosses. There we go. But yeah, I wanted an idle build. And this build's pretty idle. It's not complete idle, but... oh yeah, I'm super tanky. Super tanky. Can get tankier too. I don't have like an optimal mage blood, I think. I think I can at least get another granite and ditch either the elemental res or the quicksilver at some point. Yeah, very tanky. I was able to do tier 15 simulacrums at level 73. I was doing... I was like, oh wow, I'm like, when I got my gear online at like level 68, I was like, oh wow, this is really tanky. This is doing better than I thought it would. And then at level 73, I was like, holy shit, like I'm unkillable. Let me go see if I can do a simulacrum. I did a simulacrum at level 73. And since then, I've gained like 1,000 plus life. I want to hit 5k, but that's a future problem. I see. I figured it out. I figured it out, guys. I was confused earlier as to why my percentage was higher at some times than others, and it's Boar. Boar has damage reduction on it. So when I have Boar Charm up, it's the Boar Charm doing it. Yeah, I lost life when I socketed the Legacy rune, unfortunately. Hey, have a good night, Circus. Thank you for the raid, bro. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night, man. I keep forgetting to use Frost Flame Nova. I don't think I've cast it yet. Alright. Where are them whittlings at? Where dem whittlings at? Game? No whittlings? Oh my god, what is this? What is this, guys? Oh my god. Wait, how are you this scrolled out? Are you playing like this? Is this how you're playing? is this what your normal gameplay experience looks like? Is this? What do you mean? How are you so far scrolled out? How many divs is this build? Well, it's using Mage Blood and Fork. So these two items are expensive. That's just unfortunate about it. You don't have to use the Mage Blood. This is not required. Certainly fucking helps. Listen, I leveled this build yesterday to level 70 or 68 without Fork. So I leveled the build fine without Fork. Fork is not needed to level the build, but you're not getting the damage I'm doing without Fork. So can you proc the spell or not proc what spell? You want it to come with Fork? Proc it with what?
This place would look better on fire.
No, I don't know. I'll check that later. I'm not your interaction testing monkey, Blade. Sheesh. I mean, I don't have anything in it right now. I don't have Infernal. I don't think I have Infernal Flame or anything right now. I don't think I have Infernal Flame in anything right now. So, how does it even work? Huh? Can't be cast unless you have 10k mana? Oh. Interesting. What is it? What does it do? Is it just a... I mean, I'm sure people have already made builds about it, so I'm not gonna do that. It's like Apocalypse, but Ice Comet. It's Blue Walking Commandity. Interesting. I mean, I'm assuming it has to be overpowered if it costs 10,000 mana to cast, right? Well, if people aren't using it, then it fucking sucks. No, it's shit? Damn. It's slow and costs 10k mana. There was something funky with the duration, though. Wasn't it infinite or something? I have no idea. What's up, Folk? How you doing, bro? I pyromantic packed myself too hard there. Where are all the little zombies? There they are. Woo! Yeah, this build's definitely guide-worthy, in my opinion. I don't know if I'll do a Mobilytics. I'm fucking tired of making Mobilytics right now. But this is definitely worth making a video about. This is pretty good, in my opinion. Ooh. Is the fork still 900 divine? No. I bought it for 400 divine yesterday. I mean, if you count the fork plus the mage blood, it's like 800 divines right there. Everything else is dirt cheap. I'm pretty sure everything else... Well, these gloves were not dirt cheap. But there are cheap versions of these gloves. This I just bought on stream for like 25 divines, but I was using a 10 Exalt one before this. This is cheap, this is cheap, this is cheap. This was cheap. Clone Trust is like 9 divines. This was cheap. So, you know. But I don't know, to me, like, is 1,000 divines even expensive right now? I know, like, there's still the players out there who are like, I can only make 5 divines a league. But, I don't know, I feel like anyone who's doing an actual currency farm is making, like, 30 to 50 divine per hour. So, you know, you play for a weekend. You'll have a build. You bought it corrupted right then? Yeah. I just bought a cheap one. I just wanted to start playing the build. Well, for sure, but, you know. Whenever you're making a brand new build and you're interaction testing, it's almost never worth it to, like, risk it for, like, you know, the most expensive one. It's like, you do the interaction testing with, like, the barrier, you know. And if this build ends up being sick and, you know, eventually maybe I swap it out for a 6 slaughter, right? You know, but oftentimes, like, at least, like, how I approach builds, I find the piece that's good enough for the interaction testing. But I have to, like, spend so many divines elsewhere that... Now I'm, like, broke. I got, like, 30 divines. And there's still many big pieces I need to buy. Alright. Boost time. The fine thing is that, like, even a single cast at 46% is good enough to clear, like, rares and most things, right? So, like, having to optimize it towards 100% isn't necessary in a lot of circumstances. It's just, you know, more pleasing on the eyes whenever you cast the button once and then it hits 100%, right? This is cool. This is my first time getting the maps about in 5 days of playtime total. I've made at least 200 divs, not raw. It's not that hard. Sheesh, Shiny, let's go, bro. Yeah, I mean, if you are somebody who doesn't look up any YouTube guides and you're just blindly playing the game, yes, you're going to struggle to make divines. But somebody who's not looking up YouTube guides in a game like this probably doesn't even know of, like, expensive build stuff. Like, if your blinders were on that hard, right, you know, you're like a person that's probably not real. It's not hard to make divines this league. In old leagues, yes. This league, it's easy to make divines. Where are the whittlings? Minosuke. Damn, I got hoed. Where's this boss at? Is this the front? This is the front. With a little effort, you can farm anything you like in decent time. Agreed. And as somebody who's like an off-meta build maker, whatever you want to call it, who usually like tries and turns bad skills into good skills, I want to say that in previous patches, my success rate of turning a new off-meta concept or bad skill into a good skill was maybe 50%. Maybe 25%. Like, it wasn't very good. Most, like, I would post 1 out of every 3 builds I'd made, maybe. I have not played a build this patch that, like, was shit to the point where it couldn't, like, clear everything. And that has nothing to do with me as a build maker. That has to do with the game itself has so many tools now to make your builds better with all the new runes and the rune forging system. The depth of the floor has been raised so high that it'd be really hard to find a build that couldn't do everything. Like, if you're trying to do the most juiced expedition farms, yes, you're not going to be able to do that on most builds. But I can guarantee like 99% of builds out there, there is a farm out there that makes 30 to 50 divine per hour that they can do. Ultimatum is one of the easiest farms out there. It makes 30 divine per hour right now. So, your build sucking is, like, I know no one said this, I'm not calling anyone out, but like your build sucking is not a reason why you can't make divines. There is a farm you can make divines with. You just are expecting to make Fub Guns divines with a, you know, not a Fub Gun build. And that's not happening. Oh, I hate Ultimatum. You won't catch me doing it, but I'm just saying, you know, if you have a, like, unless you're, like, obviously, if you're, like, brand new to the game and you're making your own build, you're gonna accidentally make bad builds. Like functionally bad builds will suck to farm currency. But I feel like once you learn how to make builds, and, like, any skill in the game can probably farm something. Like, we just got so many ways to gain damage this patch. It's fucking crazy. I think that one free merchant tab should be free. One merchant tab should be free. I mean, I've said, I agree, you know. You won't catch me disagreeing with something like that. Yes, being able to trade is massive for this game. It makes a big difference. Especially with the new async trade. But that's how GGG makes most of their money, so you know. Who knows if that happens. Yeah, I haven't looked at any of the Lich staffs yet. I never played with any of them. I thought about making a build with the Lich gloves, the tether gloves, but didn't. Are you running Recoup with this build? Some. See right here? My life goes up. Oh, that sounds cool. And by the way, guys, this is with, I'm almost never using Resonating Shield or Raise Shield. So you could be using Active Block, and I'm only at 34% block chance. So, like, this could be made tankier if you wanted it to. I always have a good time on Infernalist. I mean, I'm not a fan of 200% deli either. Like, you know. I don't like deli juicing in general. You dropped the tier 16 on the ground? That's weird. I've never made an Infernalist fall enough. I think I've made one every patch. It's shit! It's shit! I'm gonna remember, like... That was the greatest rabbit clip we will ever see. But, like, yeah, this is, like, I know, like, it's an Ironward generating build, but its damage is currently set up in a way that, like, you cast one Ironward, and you can AFK as almost the entire, like, unless you have to go, like, trigger corner mobs, the Ignite just loops forever, and it just kills everything. It's awesome. This build ended up being way more smooth than I ever anticipated, and way tankier than I anticipated. And we're day one of streaming it, you know? Another 1,000 divines and, like, you know, optimization attempts. Like, I'm not using any, like, ATD. Maybe an ATD fits into the build. My rares are far from optimized. Could drop the rares for pure uniques. Oh, it's so nice. Like, my last 4 to 5 builds, really, I feel like every build this league, I have been playing way more glass cannon than I normally do. I'm normally somebody who is very defensive oriented, where defenses are always max, and then I'm desperate for anything outside of that. And I feel like I've been playing way more glass cannon this patch. This is, I feel, the first build that I play this patch that meets my defensive standards. And it's, like, not even close to optimized yet. I almost just died there from that explosion. Oh, lag spike. Yeah, it's awful. I think that's like the 4th one of those I've had on stream today. I've been streaming for 4 hours, so about 1 per hour. Not ideal at all. I hate having to get these little statues, man. I don't know if Alpha Style is even worth anything still. Where are my purples? Dumbass way out. What's the tankiest spellcaster in the game, in your opinion? I have no idea. I am so unversed in both spellcasters and, like, the best. You know, I don't chase, like, what's best in meta, so, like, I don't know what, like, the top defensive layer techs are. It also, like, depends on perspective. Like, what's the best defensive? Like, what are you looking for? Are you looking for solo self-found? Are you looking for... You looking for... You looking for hardcore save? You know, are you looking, like, if it's... Are you talking trade? Because trade enables you to play a lot of defensive layers, right? But for solo self-found, what's the defensive for... Take it for solo self-found? That's much different, right? Gemling easily? I have no idea. I've played Gemling, it's pretty tanky. But, you know, I haven't, like, played, like, Varashta yet. You know, I remember Varashta's being really tanky last patch. What skill would you use on Spellslinger? I mean, it just depends on what build I was using. Playing. Probably nothing. The only time I use Spellslinger is when I'm using Spellslinger in a build that, like, Spellslinger enables the engine for it. But if you just happen to be using a wand that happens to have Spellslinger in it, I mean, I would put in... I don't know. It depends on your build. I don't know. I'm not a caster main, so I don't know what people fill or put in Spellslinger. I would assume whatever your main skill is. Running an Entangle build? I mean, I've never played an Entangle build, and I'm not a caster main, so I have no idea. That'd be a question you want to ask Mr. Dead Rabbit. Even when I'm playing caster ascendancies, I'm almost never playing caster skills. It's like very rare that that happens. But yeah, I don't want to mislead you. I wouldn't know what you would put in it at all. But that is a good question for Mr. Dead Rabbit. Or Rax. They both play plants extensively. True, Varasha is pretty tanky also. I just remember last league it was just, like, super beef, but I have no idea, like, this patch. Like, there's so many new defensive tools, defensive layers. I haven't done any mana stacking. I, like, 10,000 mana stacking, like, I'm sure is fucking insane defensively. Like, but is it the best? I don't know. You know, maybe armor stacking's technically the best because it can, like, face tank Arbiter. But yeah, I'm not the best for those kind of, like, top meta questions because I don't really follow the top. Have you died to something yet? Yeah. I died in campaign a couple times, like just doing dumb shit. I'm not like, I don't, when you're limit testing and testing defensive layers, you know, you're gonna die. So, you know. Have I died in Ride of the Nameless yet? No. That guy's like immune to my ignite or something. I don't know what's happening. There he goes. I had him with like 2 Ironwards and like they never hit him. Alright, here we go, boys. Whittlings. I can smell them coming. Where are my whittlings? What's happening? I mean, I'll take an annulment. How much are annulments right now? 9 dimes? 9 dimes? Alright, last map in this right. Have you guys interviewed anyone that plays exclusively SSF? Exclusively? I mean, Blazeworks TV was on the podcast once, but even he played trade, I think, at the start of this league or something, or he didn't play hardcore. Maybe he started solo stuff. I don't remember what he did. It would have been Blaze forever ago. It's hard to find anyone who plays exclusively solo. Like, we're technically like, we've expanded beyond this, but the podcast started as a build-making podcast. And I'm not saying solo self-found players aren't build makers, but when you're playing solo self-found, your build making is like just so much more constrained. And I watch build, like, I don't know, I watch weird build makers, so like, I don't know, those are the people I usually invite on. I don't even know like who a solo self-found exclusive player is. Like, I know whatever media plays solo self-found, but didn't he play Trade League for the first character of the league? So it's like Quinn, kind of, Karn. Crip usually does SSF. We invited Crip on the podcast. I know Dead Rabbit knows Karn. I don't know if Rabbit's ever invited Karn on the podcast. Quinn, kinda. I don't think any of us know Quinn. I also don't even know what a Quinn podcast would even look like, so. Oh, this Messa's not. Oh, no. I put the Messa not in the city. Damn. Our last Ride of the Nameless is missing one. Oh, wait, no, I clicked the wrong one. Woof. I clicked the wrong map. We're good. I was like, what? How did I fuck that up? So yeah, it's just hard to find, like, build makers who only play SSF. Because when you're like, again, I'm not sure, this is not like me saying SSF players aren't build makers, yada, yada, yada. But in PoE 2 specifically, since every patch is so transformative and new, usually when you're doing fun ideas, it has to be in trade right now. I'm sure over time, more people will be playing solo self-found in PoE 2. Including myself and Rabbit. But, I just feel like a large majority, it's just a large majority of build makers play trade right now. It just feels that way. Like, doesn't even Zizaran play trade league sometimes now, too? Like... But no, it's not like we're against it. It's just like, I literally just had to ask you guys who are the solo self-found build makers, because, like, off the top of my head, I couldn't think of any that are just, like, truly solo self-found. Like, I know a lot dabble in both. Like, Alcohol, as an example. We've had him on the podcast multiple times, right? He plays a lot of solo self-found, doesn't he? So we've had solo self-found, like, dabblers and stuff. Rabbit and I started playing solo self-found last league a lot, so, you know, it's not off the table. It's just, yeah. We don't really think of it that way. We just, like, invite on the people who are, like, it's not like we just have, like, you know, every build maker or every content creator is, like, down to come on the podcast. Nor, like, the schedules line up and stuff. Like, a lot of the time we ask someone on and they just can't, like, you know, the timing doesn't work out for them or whatever. But also a lot of it's like we have to know the people, you know. You gotta know they want to vibe with the podcast and stuff. But there's like a billion people we want on the podcast, like, you know. As long as you're not a piece of shit. We're down to talk Path of Exile 2 with basically anyone. And by piece of shit, I mean, like, you know, just like bad people who... You know... Who do you even know that's a piece of shit in the PoE community? Plenty of people. Well, I wouldn't say plenty of people, but, like... Just because you don't watch these streamers doesn't mean they don't exist. You watch the streamers who aren't pieces of shit. There are streamers who are transphobic, homophobic, drop slurs, or just bullies, like... Are you gonna pretend right now that every streamer that goes live in the Path of Exile section is a not awful person? Because that's not true. So those are the people I'm referring to. You know, the shit human beings. And if you're not a shit person, you probably don't know of those people. I mean, that's a good thing, GOAT. I'm not saying, like, the fact that you don't watch these people and don't know of them, that's not surprising. But there is every once in a, like, you know, I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna turn this into drama, but there are, you know, build makers that are just nasty people. Or content creators, rather. I want to just say build makers. You know, those are the people we wouldn't have on the podcast. But other than those type of people, right? Which is like, if I were to name them, it would be like maybe 5 people, probably tops. It's a very small pool. We'd be down to have virtually anybody on the podcast to talk Path of Exile 2. Whether they're casual, whether they're hardcore, whether they're solo self-found, you know. That, yeah, we're down to talk with anyone PoE. Whether they're like, yeah, I would love to have Shroud on. You know, any of like the streamers that show up that are new, like Grubby and stuff. Like, we're down to have any of them on. It's just a matter of you know, we don't know these people. They don't know us. You know, like sometimes that's just the biggest barrier of entry. And then the timing of it's hard to schedule, you know? So. Corbin is going to be on the podcast very soon, more than likely. Nothing official has been sked up or talked to, but I have mentioned Corbin about 1,000 times recently privately to Miso and Rabbit as a potential guest. And usually how it goes is I don't schedule all the guests, but I schedule, I want to say, like 80% of them. The 20% I don't schedule are like Rax, for instance. Rax was in Rabbit's chat, and Rabbit asked him onto the podcast when he was in his chat. Right, so in that, like in situations like that, I don't get the guest, right? But in all the other situations, I am doing it. And the way it usually goes is I post, hey, these are the people I'm thinking about asking on. What are you guys' thoughts? And then they usually weigh in on who they want. And I have mentioned Corbin very, very many times, especially recently. And, holy shit, where am I going? I'm on a crazy dead end. And, like, as of, like, late, he has been on the, like, almost let's ask him point. It is very likely that I'm reaching out to him for next week's episode, though. Not this week's episode, because this week's the episode we're having the Hideout Showcase competition, but... Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I get really rambly when I'm fighting and trying to get to a point. But yes, Corbin is high on the list. And we try to use the off-season, which is usually about right now, to get as many small creators in as we can. So, I wouldn't call Corbin a small creator anymore, by the way. Corbin is one of the, like... I wouldn't call Corbin small anymore. That's for sure. But, yes. Now is the time of the league where we're going to be prioritizing the Corbins and then, you know, Funky Chickens, that type of streamer, you know, Jazzerus. We're going to be getting in a lot more smaller creators. You know, we've had non-build makers on the podcast before, by the way. We've had Talkative Tryon 3 times now. So, you know, just because they're not build makers doesn't mean they won't be on the podcast, you know. But, where the speedrunners at? We've had Angormus on. The thing about the speedrunner community specifically is the tourist video, the speedrunners took that extra personally, from my understanding. And there are very few speedrunners who I don't know if hate me is the right word, but for a long time, the speedrunners, like, essentially blacklisted me. There's a lot of very popular speedrunners who I am banned in their Twitch chat, where I can't watch their streams because of the tourist video. We've had Angormus on the podcast before. Guy That Guys is not one of the people that has me blocked or that has me ignored. We've talked about having Guy That Dies on the podcast, and he said he was down. So Guy is probably coming on the podcast, but he was not one of those people. And obviously, I'm just like, this is from what I've heard. Obviously, people don't tell you you're blacklisted. You don't know who all the people that are ignoring you, but I know at least 2 speedrunners that had me blocked. And a lot more that just really didn't fuck with me. I've been told that there was an event that was doing a speedrunner event that it was going to be coaching like non-speedrunners with a speedrunner coach. And a few speedrunners said they wouldn't take part in the event if I was involved. So I have no issue getting speedrunners on the podcast for what it's worth. But we're not like, you know, that would be a different discussion based off those circumstances slightly changing. I don't mind if people don't like me, but, you know, if you have me blocked, and then I can't see whatever things you might be saying about me, that just makes it a little bit awkward, right? Like, having someone on the podcast that's, like, blocking the one of the hosts is, like, a little awkward, you know? I'm not saying everyone on the podcast has to like me. We invited Zizarin on the podcast. I'm sure there's plenty of people we've invited on that don't necessarily like me. I mean, we had Gazzy on the podcast. Gazzy has specifically said many times that he remember one time on a Try video he was reacting to, he was upset that Try was platforming me, right? But then Gazzy's been on the podcast, right? So those things change, but that's just why we haven't had a speedrunner on in a while. We've had Angormus on the podcast in the past. And then Guy That Dies, we were talking to him before the patch launch about coming on the podcast, so for sure. Speedrunners are definitely on the table, especially, and we've had Crimson Cast on, by the way. Crimson Cast is a speedrun commentator, so, you know, it's not like we're against speedrunners. We like, you know, we very much, you know, are for the speedrunners. You know, we've talked about having Halcyon. Halcyonish, I think is how you say her name. Halcyonish. I don't know. We talked about having Halcyonish on, and she doesn't even, like, she doesn't make builds as far as I know. She's just a content creator for PoE 2, so, you know. Obviously, we want the GGG devs on one day. You know, they're not even content creators, so, you know. We're open to, you know, basically anybody that's not you guys. We're not going to be bringing viewers onto the podcast. Well, that's not true. Miso mentioned once he wants to do viewer call-in streams sometimes. We haven't revisited that idea in a while, but maybe we do viewer call-in one day. But in terms of, like, guest, you know. Me too, Jugger. But, dude, I want the devs on. Like, I email the developers every patch, like, 10 times. I harass the devs. I want them on. They've yet to respond. But one day, they will be down to come on the podcast. Or one of them. It doesn't even have to be Mark or Jonathan. I'd like to have Saber on the podcast one day, too. Like, or any of the developers. Come on. Come on. Ooh. Part of me wants to buy it, but then we only have 8K left. Let's just buy it. We got no whittlings from this route. But we did get a bunch of purples. I think we made like 40 divines-ish from this Rite of the Nameless, so not bad. I want to get into crafting, but I want to play a slot machine. I'd go to Vegas. I mean, that's how I feel. Every time I try to get into crafting, when I get to the chaos slamming stage of it, I hate it. But I'm going to be playing solo Self-Found at some point soon, and then... that'll force me to learn crafting finally. Alright, let's get another Rider of the Nameless going. Actually, before I do that, do I have another Simulacrum up? I want to see what... I want to do another Simu. I might be out of Simus. that are like accessible without pathing. Oh wait, is this one? Oh, nice. We need a Simu break. I like this build.
She lost everything. You asked for more, and she died till she collapsed and only dogs found her.
Those the flowers popping, they're from my helmet. They give you like flask and charm charges. But I'm using the helmet for other things. My last build was using the flowers to explode them, but now I'm doing a different build of the helmet. I have no idea, Chris. I've never used Stormlance Lightning Spear. There's just still one Ignite that killed all of those bosses. I didn't... Oh, I just heavy stunned myself. I might die here. Oh, wow. We are so tanky. Holy shit. That was one Ironward that cleared that entire thing. The one looping Ignite, except for these idiots down here. That one looping Ignite full cleared every single mob there. That was cool.
Because of your lies,
Including the bosses.
he couldn't even protect himself.
Oh, laggy. Couldn't really tell what was happening there.
He was a fool to put his trust in you. His power wanes,
Don't tell me I got the bug again. Oh wait, there's my blue hair. We're good. Whew. All right, last wave. All right, here we go. Voices, boys. This is what we needed right here. Boom! We didn't get voices. Alright, that was a nice little 5-hour stream, but I'm going to call it there, guys. I've got a lot of work to do today. Give me a second here. My game is, God damn it, that was so loud. I'm reaching, this is my game. It's called Card Collection Simulator. It's made by me and one other friend. It's our studio. We have no publisher. This game is made purely by us. We're releasing a big patch either tonight or tomorrow. So I need to go finish the patch and make sure the new trailer is edited in. I got to upload to Steam and stuff. The best way to support me is to check out my game, guys. So I forget what the chat. The Card Quest. Best way to support me is by checking out my game. Even just giving it a wish list helps a lot. But if you really want to help, purchasing it and giving it a positive view is the best way to support me. This is my full-time job. And yeah, we're still in early access. But yeah, this new patch is huge. If you haven't seen the game, it is about opening cards of packs on a fake little stream. There's a little fake stream chat, and you sell the cards at a convention center. We are doing a big patch today that is completely reworking the stream section of the game, where it's like way different. Like, it's UI's way better, but it's like way more interactive. And then we're updating it to where you have these big trophy rooms where you collect your cards. And this whole system's also being reworked to where you can decorate the room and stuff. So it's a big patch coming out today. But yeah, this is my full-time job. That's why I don't do the full-time streaming or full-time content creation, is because I like being a game developer. That's what I want my real, career to be. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. This was a fun build. I will probably be live tomorrow streaming more of this build. We'll be optimizing it, and hopefully we get it finished before the podcast this week. But if not, we'll keep playing it until it's optimized. But yeah, I'm having a blast with this build. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Is there anybody alive to raid? Who is alive? Ooh, there's Farham. I haven't raided Farham in a while. Oh, Cyclone's live too. I'll send you guys over to Cyclone. I don't think I've ever rated Cyclone before. He's played some PoE 1. I'm going to send you guys over to the homie Cyclone. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or whenever I see you. Oh, by the way, you have like a day to submit your hideouts for the Hideout Showcase competition. So if you're planning on entering the competition, you have like a day to submit. So, should get on that. All right, bye.